welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you guys. Double A, Stacy, Jason, King is in here. Denny Hamlin fan 13 will not be joining us. He's doing his own stream this evening, so I hope he does well. If you guys have him here on YouTube, go stop by and give him a like. I'm sure that would help him out. So let's go ahead and discuss the elephant in the room. Let's address it. This is what we're dealing with right now, okay? So that marker is the track. And it's right here in the midst of this kind of on and off rain system. But on the bright side, there's not much more behind it. And this is actually a southern moving system. We don't normally see that. It's normally east or north and east. This is more of a southeast kind of deal. So if this can go ahead and push through, we might get some laps in, maybe even get the whole race in. They just have to dry the track before all this gets here. That's the concern, is that further left system right now. But Prime's pre-race is continuing. I think what we'll do while they wait for the rain to dry is we will run some laps, as you guys already mentioned. We'll run some laps on NASCAR 25. So, interestingly enough, I asked Grok about today's race, just to summarize the race. But he didn't summarize, like, oh, the track is this long. You know, this is the people who might do. No, he said Ryan Blaney wins the race today. He just straight up said Ryan Blaney won the race. So I don't know what he knows, but Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, all great picks. So if you guys do your garage picks for your on the NASCAR mobile app, those are three that I think would all be great picks. That and, like, you can throw a Bell in there. You could throw a Reddick in there. I mean, really any of the Toyotas, and you're going to have a decent lineup. You could really just pick the Gibbs cars and Tyler Reddick and probably score really well each week. That's kind of how it goes. Close out of this. Open that up. My wheel ready to go. We'll log some laps on NASCAR 25 while we wait on the rain. I'm glad we're getting to play some NASCAR 25, but I wish it wasn't happening because of rain delays. So many rain delays. So now I have to add the game capture. Did Dale just pick Chase Briscoe to win the race? Yes, I asked The Rock. Let's go. Has anyone watched Double Duty on Prime yet? I have not. I haven't been watching much shows yet. I asked The Rock, and he said, "Can you smell what Ryan Blaney's cooking?" That's exactly what he said. Move that there. Move that. There. We'll take that down for a second, and then I'm gonna add a text source. I think that works. I think that works. We did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. Landed that plane beautifully. Pretty good documentary. Oh, is that that's the one about Kyle Larson running the double? No, I haven't had a chance to look at that yet, but I know how the story ends. At least so far. Thank you guys for liking the stream. Let's get things underway. We'll just hop into a quick race. I don't have a setup, so we're going to have to get that remedied. I don't think I have a setup. Cup Series. We will go with... who do you guys think we should go with? Your heart's telling you to go with Stenhouse? Let's look at Stenhouse. See if he has a good paint scheme for us. Who do you guys think we should run as? Yeah. Wow. Only 2 schemes to choose from. Coney dogs, baked beans, and shells and cheese. And a Mountain Dew blackberry citrus from Casey's General Store. Double A says Zilly Willy. That's the first response. Go with it. Let's let it ride. See how this goes. Let's get a setup.
Get ready for high-octane thrills here at Nashville Speedway. Wheel-to-wheel action is always on tap as the best drivers in the world battle it out here in the Music City. Let's make some noise. This is racing.
So we have a setup pulled up. This is a setup by Garage 56 Ghost. So if it sucks, it's not my driving talent. It's him. Blame him. If it goes well, it's also not my driving talent. Blame him.
We're deep in the heart of Tennessee, surrounded by songs, stories, and stock cars. It's the Cracker Barrel 400.
Here we go. Start it up. All right, let's make
I do have a setup. I don't know if I liked this one. It's way different than what this guy has. We'll keep that one in the chamber, but I want to try this setup out. I have no idea what this is. Let's just see what it does. Let's go racing. They may not be running laps, but we are.
10 away.
Pigeon Forge Racing Coaster.
Carlo. Clear, all clear.
Favorite brand of gummy bears?
Inside
I don't think you can beat Haribo.
now. Car low.
And they're like the world-renowned one.
Inside door.
What about
Inside door. 3 wide. Inside now.
what about jelly beans?
All clear. Car outside. Car low. 3 wide. One high. Clear inside. Clear high.
And
if
you
you
get
want
by a Red Bull teammate here. This car feels pretty good so far, but we're racing back in the slow back of the pack traffic.
it. Stay high. Car outside. 3 wide.
So if I had to guess, this is probably either a high side broadcasting setup
Clear up top.
or a dock throttle setup.
Outside. 1 high.
I had no clue what an Albanian gummy bear is.
Clear high.
I just know every gas station, every grocery store you go to has Haribo.
1 high.
And they used to sell a battery pack on their website that was very popular because it was lightweight but had a giant battery on the inside.
Clear outside. 1 low.
But turns out it was like a fire risk or something.
That was your best lap ever, bud.
That was a good lap. Anytime he says that, it shocks me. I'm like, really?
Outside. Inside.
It's always when
Clear
we're
low
in
if you want it.
traffic.
Clear high.
I've definitely seen them. I don't know. I can't
One
prove
outside.
that.
One outside. Clear high if you want it.
I need like a tablet up here with Discord open so you guys can send me things during the stream and I can just look at it really quickly. Google it. I will
Car
I would say
low.
momentarily, but I will when we have a
Clear low.
chance. For now, I'm gonna keep turning laps. See Reddick. Man, you can see his cool
Outside
suit
door.
on TV.
Clear up top. Outside door.
What are the dudes guarding Suarez's car doing?
Clear up top.
Are they afraid someone's gonna sabotage them like pod racing in Star Wars?
Car low. Inside.
It's not bad.
Clear
We're
low.
on 104 difficulty and we've made it up to
Driver,
18th
that was
already.
your best lap ever.
But Denny's moving fast. Denny's moving really fast.
Car outside. Inside. 3 wide. Clear bottom.
I pushed it really
One
hard
high.
there.
Clear outside.
All right. You think we can work together with Kyle? You send it to me, well,
Amazing lap driver.
when I eventually wreck somebody, we'll check it.
Inside.
I was going to work with Kyle, but now we're to his outside, so.
Clear, clear.
The Zilly car is fast. Surprised you didn't want me to race as the lyrical gangster. It's just a little rain. But I mean, would you want to go sit in a car with a wet fire suit for the next few
Outside
hours?
door.
That would probably suck.
3 wide.
It's so hot in the cars, the water may just evaporate out.
Clear outside. 1 on the bottom.
Like fog up the inside of
Clear
the
low.
car. And is that Velcro on Joey's around Joey's neck to hold the fire suit closed. Look like Velcro.
Outside now. Clear high if you want it.
Squares. All right, car's pushing up the track pretty hard right now.
Clear outside.
I don't know what our wedge is at, but we might be able to go down half a round. Unless we make contact. We're pretty planted. But I mean, if we get any contact to our rear, the car wants to come around on us. It's Velcro. I would love a fire suit to put on while I drive NASCAR 25. They have some like shady Dale Sr. replica fire suits that are not at all accurate to real life, but they do look pretty cool. I should get one of those. And then they still sell the model of helmet Senior wore, the open-faced. I think it was a Simpson helmet. I'd have to look that back up, but I've had it in my cart before. But yeah, I want to get a black one, and then you can buy the decal set online. Someone, I think on Etsy, sells the decal set, so you can make your own Dale Senior helmet. So that would be sick.
Car outside.
I should get a Lane Riggs fire suit. Would I fit a Lane Riggs fire suit?
Clear outside.
I don't know how tall he is, but I think he's a bigger guy. In terms of width.
Car low. Clear low. Inside door.
Bump. Oh, get in myself. I don't know, like, there's a good. Look at that. King is Dead sent a gift. I don't know what it is yet.
Stay high.
I think it's some gems. It's an Uncle Alert. Are you serious?
Clear low. Outside now.
Not yet. Not yet. Next year you can ring the Uncle Alert bell.
Clear high.
I have 1 year left of White Boy Summer, and then it's over.
Outside door.
I might as well move into my retirement phase.
Hold your line. Clear all around.
Press F for 10 joules. Thank you. Let's work together with Bubba here. So it looks like we have top 10 pace. We could probably outrun those guys ahead of us if we had track position, but catching Denny's a different story. On 29, debatable. Debatable. Depends on what source you ask. Some say I'm 79. Listen, I've said it in a previous stream. I don't know if you were here for this, Christian, but I was there at Pearl Harbor. And let me tell you, those planes looked really small from up in the air. Not planes. Those boats looked really small from up in the air. Really small. They were hard to hit. It's just that he misses being 29. Nobody's wife is 21. Am I your wife? So they have the Air Titans staged. None out on track yet, but the track doesn't look extremely wet. Now, the thing that you need to keep an eye on, the grass in the infield at Nashville is a bit longer and very lumpy. If the ground is properly soaked, which Nashville's had a lot of rain this whole last week, so it may be already pretty wet. If someone goes through the infield, their car may get destroyed. Look at this huge run. That felt good. Backing up the corner has really helped. 4 score in 7 years. Exactly right. I love having to write like 1,000-word essays or whatever the number count or word count was on the Gettysburg Address, which itself is shorter than that word count. I forget how many words it is, but that was really frustrating. Like, if I broke this thing down word by word, I still won't reach the minimum word count. Alex Bowman's on TV, finished 3rd in 2 races this season. Only 13 races left until the chase. He is really running out of time to turn his season around. And it seems like Blake Harris brought another tractor today, so I'm not expecting much. Probably gonna have to ditch Bubba once we get to lap traffic. I can go ahead and ditch him now.
Outside now.
Yeah, it's not very long. I think more presidents should do that.
Stay
Just
low.
really to the point speeches.
Clear high if you want it.
And if you're there to talk about a new bill or you're honoring someone, just get the point out and stop taking up our time. All right. We are officially in lap traffic. And we have already run down Chase Elliott.
Car outside. Clear outside.
And we caught Chase like he was a
One
back
bottom.
marker.
Clear low if you want it. Outside door. Clear up top. One low.
Oh, a little contact with Chase.
Clear low if you want it.
I didn't think we were that close. Chase Elliott is less than William Byron. So the
One
less
outside.
than, greater than, that sign is used a lot in Linux to direct your standard input into standard output or output into input, whichever way. And that gets a little confusing because it works differently with different commands. And then sometimes, like, one of them
Car inside.
adds to the file
Outside
to
door. 3 wide.
completely remakes
high
the
if you
file.
want it.
It's a lot.
Clear low if
It's
you
a lot,
want
but
it.
it's been fun to learn about. It's actually helped me at work in non-Linux things because I've been getting into PowerShell scripting pretty heavily. Yeah.
Inside door. Clear low.
Riley Herbst going a lap down. That's more accurate to last season. This season, not as much. We'll see what happens today. I will be following Herbst very closely today. Coming off some really big news this week.
Car outside.
Oh.
Clear high. One on the bottom. Clear bottom.
Oh my
Clear up
goodness.
top.
That was awesome. Jason said he wants to go to tornado chasing, but we haven't had any severe weather. Dude, trust me. I don't really go chasing, but I just like watching it, monitoring it. And yeah, nothing really in my area. We actually had a tornado warned system go,
Car outside.
I mean, just right by my apartment.
Clear, all clear.
It might have been
Outside.
a quarter mile to the east. It was
Car
close.
outside.
But it depends on whose radar you were using. On my radar, it was a quarter mile to the east. On one of our local news affiliates, it was right over my apartment. They even called out my
All clear.
neighborhood on TV. Yeah, I mean, typically I'm under a few, or at least we have a few approach our area, but this year has been extremely quiet. Which is really weird. Really weird. Most of the systems have stayed in like Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi. Tennessee's had a fair share. Wisconsin had a bunch. Indiana. Illinois. Not as much Indiana, but I meant to say Illinois. Yeah, Illinois is insane.
Car inside. All clear. One inside. Clear bottom. One low. Car high.
William Byron's
Clear.
going to appreciate those shoves. Going to benefit off them pretty greatly coming off the corner. Another shove there. And another shove into the corner.
One outside. Clear outside.
Alex Bowman still on TV. Talking with Corey LaJoy. Honestly,
Outside.
with how Alex's career has been going, all his injuries and
Clear.
concussions, vertigo, he may end up being the next Corey LaJoy. I think Bowman could be a good pit reporter. I hope not. I like Bowman a lot, so I'd be really sad if he was to leave the sport.
Car outside.
But there have been so many rumors this year,
Clear up top.
which people have always been gunning for Alex Bowman to get out of that car.
Outside door.
But if Justin leaves
Clear outside.
the 7 at Junior Motorsports, Alex Bowman, that could be a great home for him. He could become the next final boss of the O'Reilly series. Nobody said he chased a squall line across the entire state of Arkansas. At about what longitude was it like? Were you in the northern part of the state? Were you in the southern part of the state? Kind of central, because once you get up into northern
Far
Arkansas,
outside.
you can get up into a lot of hills, a lot of windy roads. But if you're further south, it's a lot of straight roads, flat land. Great
Clear
area to
outside.
chase. all the okay, over to Fort Smith. Chase it to Memphis. Spent a lot of time
now.
in both those areas.
Clear low.
I had 2 remote campuses I was in charge of in terms of like IT stuff. One was Memphis, which was pretty small, and then the other one was Fort Smith, which was a bit bigger.
One inside. Clear inside.
Pancakes. I
outside.
considered briefly making the pancakes
Clear outside.
be the like stream alert thing for like subs and members. Like pancakes.
One outside.
I like the aggressive goes around though.
One up high. You're all clear. Outside door. Clear outside.
They're optimistic. They're optimistic. That's what it is. How are we doing on fuel?
One outside.
We still have
Clear
fuel
high
for
if
a
you want.
while, but our tires are not looking great.
One up high.
We're not going to
Clear
make it on
outside.
fuel. I could go ahead and stop. I think I will here shortly to benefit the most off of fresh tires. Even though, like, I mean, we're running pretty well right now, and I
One
don't
low.
want Denny to pit and get fresher tires than us later in the run.
Clear inside. Inside. Clear inside.
Larson coming up the block. Jason said 13 years ago, he lost a friend of his.
One
He was on the
bottom.
TV show
Clear
Storm
inside.
Chasers. Carl Young. Yeah, Chasers, it's not just the storms they have to worry about. It's dangerous, you know, enough. Especially with how unpredictable weather can be when you're right up on it.
Car high.
But, like, also other chasers,
You're all clear.
environmental hazards, like things that could be in the road already.
One on the bottom. Clear low if you want it.
And then, you know, meteorologists and chasers will talk about it a lot. The storms will wobble. So you may have a good, like, intercept point tracked out where you'll be safe. But then the storm wobbles to your location.
Yellow's out.
That's our first caution of the day. Thank goodness we
Road's
didn't pit.
open this time.
Goodness we didn't pit. Yeah. We should pit.
You want any tweaks to this strategy?
Go down half around on wedge. Even the car feels really good, but I just want to see what it does. This could go horribly.
10-4. All right, get up on the wall and be ready.
Someone brought up the
Face guard
idea
off.
they should bring a spare. What happened to Denny?
Be ready now.
Was that Denny that
Go, go, go.
wrecked?
Inside now.
Did Denny wreck from the lead? Oh no. Aggressive went around.
Still there. Clear bottom. One up high.
Oh,
Clear, clear.
I didn't think I was
Clear
going to get
low
that
if you
much
want it.
turn. Oh,
One on the bottom.
yeah, the car's a little more loose. Can you guys tell?
One bottom.
Yeah,
Clear
someone
inside.
said they should bring an extra
One
guitar
bottom.
just for smashing.
Clear inside. Inside now. Clear bottom. One up high.
Okay, so the
Clear
car
outside.
turns too well now.
One low.
Before, where I could crank the wheel and get it to turn a little bit, now I crank the wheel and it turns a lot.
Stay high. Clear inside. Car outside.
And when I make contact with the car in front of me, it really...
Stay low. Clear outside.
makes this thing feel weird. Really, they're using the aid cover?
Inside now. Car outside. Clear outside.
Blaney tried to go for it there. Little interview
Inside
with
now.
Michael McDowell.
Clear bottom. Inside door. Clear, clear.
That's the downside. If you loosen up your car, it can go really fast. But if you make contact with anyone, it affects the car so much.
On your toes now.
Little interview with Brad now. I think it's just a generic trophy. And then either they may have the on-site like engraver, potentially, or it's just generic and then later their name gets added. Oh my goodness. What? Okay, thank goodness the caution came out. Or nope.
Caution's out.
Thank goodness. Oh my goodness.
Pit road is open.
Okay, yeah,
Wanna change
let's
anything
pit.
up?
Let's undo that change. That was a horrible idea.
Okay, bring her around and come on in.
That was rough.
Come into the green.
That was rough. We're up there running with the leaders.
Be ready.
Felt like we had a plenty fast car, but we lost the handle on it with that
Green,
wedge
green.
change.
One on the bottom.
Now I have to fight through the field again.
One low. Inside. Three wide.
That busher giving me a ton of room.
Inside door.
Oh, that was Priest.
Clear. One bottom. Three wide.
Keep this baby
Four
wound
wide.
up right now.
One on the bottom.
Yeah!
You're all clear. Clear
Look
low
at that
if you
huge
want it.
shove I gave to Kyle.
Inside. Three wide. Clear inside. Car low.
Oh my goodness.
One low.
On fresh
inside.
tires, this thing is amazing. I was not using it to its
One
fullest.
bottom. Inside now. Three wide. One low.
Why even run down the track if I can run the high side this
Car
fast?
low. Fastest lap yet, bud.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Clear all around.
I just needed to direct a little bit.
Car low.
Blood sacrifice. Ah! Okay,
Clear inside.
it only lasted a couple
One bottom.
laps. But we gained our track position back.
Outside door.
Man, that was a blast.
Clear inside. Clear high if you want it.
I wish I could remember how fast or how long it took them to dry the track when I was there during a rain delay. But I know it's not as long as Talladega, so that's a positive. When Brad wins one finally, I am going to be so excited. That sounds about right. An hour. Tell the drivers to their cars while the Air Titans continue, and then get it started maybe an hour and a half from now. We'll see how far we can make it in this race before they restart theirs.
Inside now. Clear low.
Whoa!
Inside. Clear low if you want it. Clear
Blaney
high.
around.
Caution's out.
Just lost
Pit
it.
road's open this time.
Thankfully, we stayed out of that. That got close when he ricocheted off the wall. Rewatch the Indy 500 stream.
Pace cars off.
Yes, Jason, our at the
Be
track reporter.
Green, green, green.
We need to grow the channel just enough so we can have someone at every race to report to us live. Double A says he's going to be so tired in the morning.
Stay low. Car low. Clear low if you want it. Clear high if you want it.
Relatable. I think at some point you just have to get used to being tired
Clear low if you want it.
instead of trying to not be tired. Or you can just try to get a doctor to prescribe you
Inside.
modafinil. I
Clear
think
all
that's
around.
how you pronounce it. Maybe it's modafinil.
Car low. Clear.
This is like anti-narcoleptic medication, but it keeps you awake, but without the jitters of caffeine. But there are also like side effects, headaches and stuff.
Outside door.
That was
20 to
not
go
medical advice, by the way. I do not recommend that.
Stay low.
Best way to beat tiredness
Clear high.
is by living on edge. Go
Clear
work a
high.
dangerous job like
Clear high.
climbing cell phone towers. That's how you do it. Relatable. Race went in too late. You got to get up at 3:30. Good heavens. 3:30 is early. 3:30 is early. But hopefully that means you wrap up your day quicker. Like you're done with work by noon or something. $5 p.m. Oh my goodness. So you're working at 12? Plus like a long commute? That's rough. Well, hopefully that means you work less days out of the week. I worked one job where I worked 3 12s. So I only got 36 hours each week. That kind of sucked, but I had 4 days off every week. And occasionally 4 and 4 back to back. So I had 8 days off in a row. That was awesome. Gave me a lot of time to drive around the country. Go to places like Daytona or out to Texas. I like a nurse's schedule. Most of my buddies are cops. And so a lot of them work on that kind of schedule. And I have one buddy who works on a rotating schedule between morning and evening. And then another buddy who lives in a different time zone. So that gets a little complicated. 410s, have 3 days off. I could work 410s every week. And sometimes I'll work an extra hour on certain days. That way I can just take off a little early on Friday. Or do something like Friday morning, usually Top Golf.
One on the bottom. Clear low if you want it. One up high.
410s is
Clear
nice,
all
but
around.
I mean, 8 hours is a long time to be anywhere. When you think about hopping in a car and driving somewhere 8 hours away, it seems like a long drive. Like 8 hours, good night. Let's drive out to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Strap in, 8 hours. But then you think about your work day, that's 8 hours, and that's not including the prep time, the commute time, any breaks that are built in that aren't paid out. Yes, no laps. Yeah, it started raining before the national anthem.
Outside now.
I just walled Byron. Is he going to go around? A lot of tire smoke out of that car.
You got the lead.
A lot of tire smoke out of Byron's car. Do I gain any time up there? I mean, I know I'm faster than the trailing cars right now, but is the high side really an option in the Cup car? A little tight on exit, but we're keeping the speed up pretty well. Good night. We might actually get this whole race in. I don't know. Yes, 4 a.m. does come early. Especially if you're a night owl and you stay up. Then you run into some real issues where you have to pull an all-nighter. It seemed pretty even to our running the bottom lap. So maybe high on 1 and 2 and low in 3 and 4 could work. Let's see what this one clocks in at.
5 to go.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Got it back in the gas a little too quick there. Isn't it weird that Carl Edwards, he only works, what, 5 races out of the year? And yet he still gets vacation? He's out in Alaska filming videos for the pre-race show. It's like, what? What kind of gig is that? Right now we're actually slower trying to run down the track. Maybe if I backed up the corner a bit more, we could get that lap time back down. Oh, car on the wall. We're never going to know.
Yeah, baby, that's a stage win right there.
Oh, wow. That was close. Stage win. Good stuff. After spinning,
Okay,
came
road is
back
open.
for the stage win. We had the restart of a lifetime.
Need to adjust the stop.
That thing was a rocket ship on fresh
Here we come,
tires.
fellas. Be ready.
Woo. Our Daly's going to be driving a colleague truck.
Coming to the green.
That's right. That's right. I feel bad for him having to drive one of those Ram trucks.
Green, green. Car high.
So what happened to Dale? Did he go ahead and head up to the booth or
Still there.
what?
Clear high if you want it. Outside. Clear high if you want it.
Now, fresh tires, they had nothing for me. Nothing for me. But then about 5 laps into the run, they may run faster than me. Then we run them back down. We're sliding all over the track. That could not have been good for our tires. Building a Saturn. Saturn was one of the losses during the 2008 financial crisis, kind of that time period. General Motors asked them a question. Good night. With this setup, I could probably 105 it. I think we're on 104 right now. This car is just so much easier to drive than the truck was. The truck was just plowing constantly. Is a 27.7 a good lap time? That probably won't be. What did they run on this one? They ran a 27.6 with this setup, so running pretty good lap times. Like, we're not running this setup, but it's not bad. VTECs are too much horsepower. Yeah, it's Cobalts. Yep. Cavaliers. Cavalier could be fun. A little lighter on weight. I'll be able to make the most of that. I mean, most modern 4-cylinders run some kind of turbo. Then you have to deal with turbo lag. My V8s are great, but man, a nice V6. Naturally aspirated. All right, Jason. If they suddenly go back racing, I'm just gonna start screaming bloody murder until you wake up. Look at that, they're running me back down. I wonder if that was before or after my trip through the grass. Gonna run this gentle. Oh, Larson around. Guess we'll never know. Guess we'll never know. He was about to run us back down.
Pit road is open.
Just for the sake of doing fun stuff, I am going to
Does this
pit
pit strategy look good to you, driver?
and run through the field again.
All right, get up on the wall and be ready, fellas.
Man, Denny did such a good job of lapping everybody in the first stage, and then he wrecked,
10 away.
and that just set off a chain of events.
Go, go, go.
2000
Outside
Civic.
now.
Does anyone run a digital dash?
Stay low. Outside now.
And how easy would it be to cheat in that
Three wide.
series?
Car outside. Outside door.
Have it look like the stock ECU is wired up, but have a backup one that's
Outside
actually
now.
not stock.
Outside door. 3 wide.
So you could find a way to rig that up.
Clear high if you want it.
Just stay in it. Stay in it. Oh, we're gonna bring out the caution. What did I
Pit
do
road's
there?
open this time.
That was horrible. Should we pit? No. That was rough. We had so much
Go
more
to the
grip than
green.
everyone else who tried to take a shallow line because it was clean track, and we
Be ready
paid the
now.
price getting on that apron.
There's the green flag. 1 inside. 1 inside.
Yeah.
Stay high. Car low.
Hi, that bad boy.
Stay high. Inside.
To suddenly show up with 15 more horsepower.
3 wide.
I don't know. Air
Inside
pressures
door.
must just be different today.
Still there. 1 high. 1 on the bottom. Clear inside. Inside now. Clear, clear. 1 outside. Clear high.
Oh my goodness, that
Clear
went
low.
about as good as it could have.
1 outside. Car low. Clear high. 1 outside. Clear inside. 3 wide.
Goodness, 3 wide. I can't even see the
Clear
car
top.
on my outside. All right,
Clear.
let's go, Justin.
Car inside. 1 low.
That is super sketchy. If he's just willing
Still
to
there.
pull out a
Clear bottom.
laptop and start adjusting.
1 low. Clear inside. 1 on the bottom. Car low. Clear low. 3 wide. 1 bottom. Clear low. 1 bottom. Clear bottom. Outside door. 3 wide. Clear high if you want it. Inside. Clear inside. Inside door. 1 bottom. Clear inside.
Bandit Dominion. He's put $6 grand in a cabbie. That's wild.
Inside. Clear inside. Car low. Clear low. Inside.
Oh my goodness. That's a lot
1
to
bottom.
invest. in a Cavalier.
Hold your line. Clear inside.
I feel like part of the fun would just be driving it stock, a car that's not supposed to run well.
One high. Clear high if you want it. One inside. Clear low.
Come on. Let's go, Kyle. Let's get you inside the top 10.
One up high.
We're not going to make this one.
One on the bottom. Clear bottom. Clear.
Well-timed shove there as soon as Busher moved up the track.
One outside. Inside door. Clear inside. Hold your line high.
Right to the inside of Ty Gibbs, the usurper.
Outside now.
Yeah.
Car inside. Clear inside. One high. Clear outside.
All right. Don't take too much. I actually have some. I have a couple bottles of cough medication to my left, like just off camera, so could just give you some.
Outside door. Clear high if you want it.
In Minecraft, obviously. In Minecraft.
Car high.
No kidding. I looked at what it costs to run at my local short track in the lowest division, and all the safety modifications you have to make are
Hold your line.
insane for just a paved quarter mile.
Car outside. You're all clear. Inside now. Clear inside.
And Chase is running
Clear low if you want it.
with Kyle. I'm trying to help Kyle. I'll move
One
Chase
high.
up the track there a little bit.
Clear outside.
Draft off of him.
One outside.
I'll take my talents to South Beach. That inside line. Hold it, Kyle, hold it.
One outside. Clear high. Car outside.
Dude, Chase is all over the back of Kyle Busch.
Car outside.
Or maybe that's enough separation. We'll have Chase there. Maybe I can squeeze him out.
Clear outside. Outside now. Clear outside.
$50 to $60, not bad. Not too bad.
Car outside. Clear outside.
One day, maybe when I'm an old man, I'll have enough time to put effort into that.
One outside. Clear, clear. Clear high if you want it.
I'll never have enough time. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a huge time
Clear up top.
investment. A few hours on a Saturday. That's a very pessimistic comment.
Yellow's
Top
out.
10, baby. Top 10.
Pit road's open this time.
Let's go. That was our goal. 58 laps of fuel. Probably, I mean, no one else is pitting.
Coming to the green. Be ready. Green, green, green. Car low. Inside now. One on the bottom. Clear inside. One low. Clear low. Outside. Outside door. Clear outside.
All right, Kyle's going low. Come on, let's go.
Car
Let's
outside. Outside door.
go. Uh-oh.
Car inside. 3 wide. Clear
We're
low.
going with him. We're
3
going
wide.
with
Yellow's
him.
Out.
Come on.
Pit road is open.
I want to see a replay of that. We just mistimed it. I had a good run to the inside, and he went up the track, and then we came back together in the middle.
You happy with these pit options? Okay, we're pitting here.
Race ready Crown
Pace car's
Vic.
off.
I don't think my local track runs
away.
Crown Vics. I do think they have a 4-cylinder
There's the green
division,
Car outside.
but you basically have to rip the whole interior of the car out, replace the seats, put in the proper harnesses
Stay low.
and seat belts.
Outside door.
You have to remove all glass from the vehicle.
Clear high. Inside now. Clear low if you want it.
We
Inside
built
now.
this algorithm brick by brick. We're going to do it again right here.
Inside now.
Let's go, Kyle. Yeah, we're going to win
Wide.
this stage, me and Kyle.
Car inside. Inside. 3 wide.
Just hold it, buddy. Hold it.
Inside.
If you can hold it,
wide.
I can deliver.
Clear bottom.
Yeah.
We're all clear.
Back out of
One
it
low.
a little bit.
Inside now.
Sometimes the AI can take the largest pushes,
One
and
on
other
bottom.
times you give them a little tap into the corner and they lose it.
1 bottom. 1 on the bottom.
We got to find something to do here.
Stay high.
Spotter, broadcaster,
One
and
inside.
driver. That's right.
Inside door.
I heard a lot of people were really impressed with Zilich
Inside.
on commentary, and I didn't hear a lot of it because
Clear
I was
inside.
talking over it the whole time. But that's really cool that
bottom.
he got such a positive reaction. All right, we're kind of trapped back here in a wasp nest. We're gonna have to figure something out here, Kyle.
Clear low if you want it.
Give you a huge shove. We're gonna go to the outside. Outside, got it? Okay, we're not gonna go anywhere. We're gonna stay right behind
Clear
Ross
bottom.
Chastain, apparently.
Inside door. Clear inside. Car inside. Clear low if you want it. Outside now. 1 bottom. Car outside. One outside.
I heard a lot of people saying we need Zilich in the booth full time. It's like, well,
1 outside.
I think he has a career to worry about, but if everyone liked it that much,
1 outside.
maybe we look
1
into it.
outside.
What if Zilich became the next
outside.
Neil Bonnet? He was the in-race reporter.
3 wide. 1 outside. 3 wide.
I don't mean that as in how Neil Bonnet ended his career. But with, right before the end of his career, he was the in-race reporter.
1 high.
He would do both roles and live commentate from the car. It was insane.
Clear up top. Outside. One
And
high.
his dad sent sparkles for 2 joules.
1 outside.
There we go, back to the top 10. Easy mode, easy mode.
Clear high.
Oh my goodness, overloading us.
1 up high.
He's sent so many joules. Oh, come on, Kyle, come on. Come on. I was about to wall him to
Car
keep him
outside.
straight. And Chase Elliott, who else would it be that would get in my way?
Clear.
He's actually going to help us out and dive to the inside, but we're going to get a run on the outside here.
Inside.
And we'll probably clear Chase by the time we get into, or at least Kyle will clear Chase.
1 on the bottom.
We're going to get stuck behind Hocevar, though.
Still there.
Chase is right here on my left rear.
1 on the bottom. Car low.
Man, I can't do anything.
Clear low if you want it. 1 on the bottom. You're all clear.
That's one way to get rid of Chase. Thank you for the jewels.
Pit road's open this time.
Should we pit? Kyle Busch is pitting.
You good with
We
that
are also
strategy?
pitting.
Pitting now, fellas. Here we come.
Chase, he just,
Pace car's off.
on the last 2 runs, he's really messed us up. We made great progress until we get to
Be ready
Chase
now.
Elliott. And then he steals our drafting partner.
Green. 1 inside.
Check this out. Advanced
Car
maneuver.
low. Clear
That's
inside.
called the brake check.
Car outside. 1 bottom. 3 wide.
We're actually blocking Chase Elliott now. It's funny how that works out. Oh,
Outside now.
okay, we're going to pay the
3
price
wide.
for our advanced maneuver.
Yellow's out. Pit road is open.
I didn't see another car to our inside. And I don't even know if our spotter called it out, so. Lovely that the spotter
Pace
does
car's
nothing
off.
in this game.
10 away.
Who's this guy on TV?
Go. 1 up high.
These 2 guys. I don't know who these guys are.
Stay low. Clear outside.
Kyle Larson,
Car
I think that
outside.
was probably one of our leaders. He's back here.
1 outside. 1 low. Clear high if you want it.
Oh my goodness, that
Clear.
really upset the
1 on
car.
the bottom. Clear inside. 1 bottom. 3 wide. Clear low if you want it. Inside door. 1 outside. Clear high.
Oh my goodness,
4
we're
wide.
stacking up the whole field.
Clear low if you want
That
option.
was an amazing corner on fresh tires.
Pit
We
road
can
is
do
open.
whatever we want. The thing is, we had so much speed, we got to corner exit, and the car started to come around on us. We got taken out. I think it was Ross. It's such a clean start to the race, and then stage 2 has been a
Coming to the
disaster. But Kyle's right there. Target
ready.
acquired. Who's inside of me?
Green. Car inside.
Logano.
1 on the bottom.
Now Cindric's to my left. We're too slow to get down there.
Still there.
Take it up the track. Keep it wide open.
1 bottom. One bottom.
We're stuck. Good to see a Kyle Busch doggy.
One on the bottom. Clear inside. Inside. Clear inside. Car outside. Clear high. Outside now. 3 wide. Stay low. Car low. Clear low. 1 high.
Hey, Gragson's kind of holding us up here.
Clear high if you want it. 1 on the bottom. Clear low. All clear. 1 outside. Clear outside.
Kyle's like, oh my goodness, he gets blocked by Gragson again.
Outside. 1 inside.
Are you
Clear
serious?
high if you want it. 3 wide. Car inside.
Maybe straighten it up. We stay green. We stay green.
Clear bottom.
Kyle went up on the track on us. I was trying to line up for another shot to his rear end.
Inside now.
At least we're not behind Gragson anymore.
Clear low.
Welcome back, Stacy.
One high. Clear,
What are they
clear.
showing on the broadcast here?
Clear high if you want it. 1 inside. Clear bottom.
Whoa!
Clear low
Is
if you
that
want it.
Gragson again? Good night. At least we got a
Outside
good run
door.
there. Looks like we were going to get a great run down the backstretch, and
Clear all
Gragson
around.
just threw the block and upset that whole
Inside
line
door.
of cars.
Stay
Austin
high.
Dillon running his Toys for Tot scheme.
Stay high. Clear bottom.
Another good run here for Kyle. Do something with it.
Inside now.
He's just going to follow
Clear low.
Justin into the corner. Or is that AJ? Yeah, that's AJ.
Car outside.
I'm so
Clear,
used to
clear.
Justin Haley in a Colic car. I have that way wrong in my head.
Car low. 1 up high. Clear up top. Clear inside. 1 low.
Welcome back, Dark Side.
Inside door. Clear low.
All right, it looks like the cars are uncovered. We may be going back racing here shortly. Or I said just going racing, really. Yeah, drivers are in the cars. We're going to try to finish the stage, but if cars get rolling, we're going to shut this off and go back to our race coverage. All right, I'm going to ditch Kyle. If we run the full race, we would have stuck with him, but since we are coming to the end of our rain delay coverage, we're just going to let this thing
high.
roll.
One on the bottom. Inside now.
Oh, they're getting the command to start the engines.
Car low.
We just tag the wall a bit.
One bottom. One low. Clear low if you want it. One outside.
A very passionate introduction there.
Clear up top.
And command to start your engines. I still don't know who that was. I didn't hear the intro, but I saw it, and he was yelling it really, really loud. All right, can we get back to the top 10 before we come back from commercial? They heard him in Bristol. Accurate.
Car outside.
The command heard round the world.
Stay low. Clear high. 20 to go.
Tyler Reddick in front of us. Anything happen? No. Nope, nothing happened, but we just got the command to refire engines, so the cars will be on track. We're just going to try to get by Tyler Reddick and call it a day. Here we go. This is our chance.
Car outside. Clear high if you want it. One up high. Caution's out.
Okay.
Pit road's open this time.
All right. Back into our race coverage. Let's move the game capture. Let's remove the text. Move my Prime window back over here. Close out that tab. And we are ready to go back racing. Get rid of my wheel too. All right. While they get things underway, I'm going to step away for a second. No talking to the chair. No talking to the chair. Sports on Prime. This ready to go. Get my notepad open. We are locked and loaded. So Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, 1-2. That's no shock. Bell up there, Gibbs up there, Blaney, Larson. We have a lot of the favorites for today already up towards the front. Pinsky's had speed here in the past. Joey's won here in the past. He's up there. And SVG up there. Interesting. How did they set the field? What metric did they use? Per NASCAR's rulebook metric, what is that determined by? See SVG up there, see Suarez up there. It's like set by points and last race finish. I don't know. Hello, Ronnie Hood. Good to have you. You popped in when I was away. Bald Gano. Yeah, we got by Bald Gano. And then we absolutely obliterated Reddick. Logano's had a really rough year. And if he could get a good day here, it would mean a lot. Look at the standings before the race. Right now, Joey is 18th on the outside looking in with a pretty big gap to Ryan Preece. So Joey needs good stage finishes and a win to make up that differential. And the SVG has 304 points. If he has a bad day, if he loses track position here, and that could give one of these guys in 17th, 18th a chance to catch up, and Chase Briscoe and Preece might leapfrog him. I wouldn't be shocked to see SVG, if he doesn't have a good day, I wouldn't be shocked to see him leave 16th or 17th in points. You guys know what I'm looking at? This really close gap here. And, like, Byron being 12th is wild. Really wild. We have a few surprises up here in points. Hocevar, Suarez, Brad. I mean, these guys to be running around the top 10, that is crazy. And then Bubba started off the year in second. He's just been kind of free-falling lately. Briscoe's run better than where he is in the standings. He should be a bit higher, but he's had some unfortunate breaks this season. Ross, I mean, 23rd. It's unlikely he makes the chase at this point. which is kind of wild. He's supposed to be, you know, the best trackhouse driver. And then Zillage. Zillage has not missed any races. Cole Custer has not missed any races. Cody Ware hasn't missed any races. And yet they're behind Alex Bowman. Excuse me? And Bowman today is probably going to pass Ty Dillon. I shouldn't say probably. We need to see how bad of a car that Blake Harris has put together and what happens in the first pit stop. Because usually they adjust the speed out of it on the first stop. But I would not be shocked to see Bowman leave here 30th in points. All right, cars are coming down pit road to set there. Normal. Oh, okay, guys. There's something to keep an eye on. We might thread the needle here, but we may not even get through stage one. Now, luckily, there's not much behind this. So maybe once we get clear of this, we can run green or relatively green. But this may be a really late night. So we'll just take that for what it is. That was the round of storms that brought out the delay. And then still have this bit behind it. Don't want to alarm anyone, but things are not looking good right now. I'll keep an eye on the weather as things go along. But a lot of these guys have been gifted really good track position. And SVG given a home run. Joey Logano given a really good starting spot. McDowell needs a good run. Jones needs a good run. Stenhouse. I mean, there's a lot of guys that need to hold this track position. Bowman 19th, not terrible. He had a tractor in practice. 19th is not a bad spot for him. But I wouldn't be shocked to see him pass his way up to like 15th, 14th. First stop happens, and then they adjust the speed out of it, and he runs 28th. Blake Harris kind of day. This race was formerly sponsored by Ally. This was the Ally 400. So maybe there's some Ally speed still left in this track. Well, we're going to race at Nashville temporarily. I'm not sure how long this is going to last. I need to close Steam. Boop. Some fireworks. Fans are getting excited. They had a crazy fireworks show after the race last night. You did make it back just in time. We are going green this time by. Oh, I've seen those. Those Albanese gummy bears. Probably even bought some at one point. I'll have to do a head-to-head comparison. Maybe we actually just do a video comparing gummy bear suppliers. You think the winner should get a year's supply of Nashville hot chicken? Depending on who the driver is, they may take you up on that offer. But it was Cole Custer. He'd turned down the prize money for hot chicken. Looks like a guy that could eat some chicken. Denny just ran away with that. That was a bit weird. How huge of a lead he has already. Yeah, I don't know if no one else just went or if Denny's going to get a penalty here. That was super weird. I've already single filed out for the first 6 cars. Hamlin out front, Reddick in second. Suarez in third. We'll see if he can hold that. Suarez, be interesting to see if he can ride the momentum from last week. As long as he finishes top 15, I'll be satisfied. Penalty, Denny Hamlin. All right, have our notes going. That's huge. That is huge. Denny Hamlin, penalty. Reddick will probably be gentle here with him. And Denny, you know, he was a lot of people's pick to win. I think it was a really good pick for Denny to win here. So he's probably going to go back out and run decent lap times compared to the leader. So Reddick may not run him down. But even if he had the opportunity, I think Reddick's going to let him keep that last position as long as he can. And we have a competition caution coming up, so shouldn't be any issue. That's exactly what it was. It's exactly what it was. Doodlebug, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I think it was a funny joke because Tyler Reddick is one of the drivers involved in the lawsuit. At lap 8. I will say we got really lucky with the hand sign when Dale passed. And I still hold up 3 at every race I go to. Lap 3, I hold it up. Usually get a few people, at least a few in my section, holding the 3 up as well. With Kyle, you get a couple options. You can do the 4 and 4. Or you can do the 3 and 5. You know, 5 was one of the cars he drove, so... And then he drove for RCR, so, you know, it depends on which way you want to do it. There's a few ways you can make that happen. A lot harder to do the two-handed salute. Thank you, Doodlebug. Thank you. I forgot I was wearing a Kyle Busch hat. I have another one here. Ready to go to sub in if we need to. Yeah, we need like a conjoined twin person that has multiple arms to throw up an 18. Blaney nearly put Suarez in the wall. Let's scroll back up. Suarez dropping back. Our leaderboard's like a lap behind. Lap and a half at times. Blaney's car may not have the handle on it. He has speed, but that's a couple times he's run up the track. SVG staying in the top 10. Going to be running here with a former teammate in front of him. Erik Jones holding on to a top 10 as well. Going up to 17th. Keep an eye on that. Like to see him make some more progress here. Oh. That was a great breakdown there on the commentary about what just happened to Blaney. That was awesome. The closest thing you can get to Peyton Manning breaking down a football play. Blaney's scheme would have worked well at Charlotte last week. It's a good-looking car. Good-looking car. All right, Erik Jones. Trying to get the pass here on SVG. SVG back to 9th. Erik Jones up to 8th. That updated really fast. So the lap counter's behind, but the positions may update more frequently. That's interesting. Like literally, as soon as the pass happened, it updated on the leaderboard, but the leaderboard is still a lap behind. So the lap data is coming in slower than the position data. Very interesting. How are Heim's lap times? Corey Heim, best is a 30.5 compared to our leaders running a 29.9. Now that's hampered by being back in the pack. When you run back in the pack, you can't really roll the corner how you want. You have to, really manage the traffic, manage the dirty air. And he's running a 33 back here. $27 behind compared to a 33. So, I mean, just on lap times, Denny has the fastest car. Not Denny. Tyler Reddick has the fastest car currently. But he's pretty close with Denny. Pretty close. So back through here. Zilich 32nd. No shock there. Ryan Preece really far back to start the race. What's going on there? That car's just not running well. I mean, 30.8 was his best lap. That's also what he ran this last lap. Josh Berry just ran his fastest lap. So a lot of tractors in the field. Then Chris Buescher, Chase Elliott both started pretty far back in the field. Briscoe needs to work his way up. Yeah, Corey, I'm 30.7 right now. So in that time, it'd be good enough to run where Suarez is. So you have like, a guy who could win the race, a guy who could win the race. All these guys, top 6 could win the race. Even Erik Jones, the way he's running right now, could win the race. But then you have like stinker. Then our next he's running, good lap times. Like Zane Smith logically should probably be running 8th right now. Next fast car. I mean, the times really stall back the further back you go. That's the biggest discrepancy I see right now. This 30.4 compared to the 35 and the 36 in front of him. Did I remember to check in on the app? I did pull up in the leaderboard, but I have not checked in yet. It's a good reminder from Stacy. If you are a member of the NASCAR Fan Rewards program to go ahead and check in for today's race. Get your points. Redeem your points for gift cards, tickets, whatever they have. The store has been a lot worse than it was a couple years ago. A couple years ago, you could get a lot of stuff. And now they kind of rotate stuff in and out. So there are times where you may have a ton of points, but there's nothing to redeem it on. You just have to wait. Or put it on a sweepstakes entry. So look at our Hendrick drivers. Third place, fifth place, 18th to 22nd. So Kyle Larson, third. William Byron, fifth. Alex Bowman, 18th. And Chase Elliott, 22nd. I guess Herbst got by Bowman. Bowman running with an absolute tractor again today. Yeah, these guys further back in the pack are just really struggling right now. Oh, I love the prime coverage. That's the first note I made on today's notes for the race, is that prime coverage is just fantastic. Really zoomed out camera angles. I mean, that's really good to see. I feel like they want to zoom in more, but they've heard the anger about Fox's coverage, so they're staying pretty zoomed out from most of these camera angles. But great pre-race coverage. You get like an hour, a full hour of pre-race. And the rain delay coverage was decent enough. I like the booth they have set up down there in right in the infield just off pit road, because you have a lot of fans around the area. Brings back the NASCAR race day vibes. Be even better if they had it in the fan zone, because then that place would be swamped. There would be 1,000 fans. They'd be up, 50 rows deep. Really bring back that environment. But yeah, NASCAR permanently needs a pre-race show with fan involvement. Permanently. Been so curious what's going on with Ford. They've been down for the last couple of years, and NASCAR hasn't really done anything to assist with that. I think the Fords are getting a new body next year. I don't know if the actual car will change much, but I know the Dark Horse is changing quite a bit. I don't even know what the name of the next one is. Yeah, a lot of money's going into F1 right now. That's for sure. Yeah, so, we were looking at their lap times earlier, and Zane Smith was running 2/10 faster a lap than SVG and Suarez. So I would not be shocked to see Zane Smith at least move up to 8th. That was the biggest discrepancy I saw further back in the pack. And again, the further back you go, you may have a guy run a lap that's on pace with the leader one lap, and then the next lap they're half second off. Further back you go, the more handling issues you're dealing with, the more dirty air you're dealing with, and it just introduces a lot of inconsistency you don't see at the front of the field. So you can look at a guy up here. Oh, Christopher Bell, he's running a 30.5. Probably going to run around a 30.5 for the next 10 laps. But then you look further back and it's like, oh, 30.7? That's pretty good. He could move up to at least 14th, but then the next lap Chase may run a 30.9. And so a lot of inconsistency the further back you go. Taking on the 33. Austin Hill back here. Priest not moving up. Zilch isn't either. Denny no longer last place, but he is 28.6 seconds back. Running a 30.5. So Reddick slowly closing in on Denny. He's probably going to give him a little break here. As two Toyotas gaining on him. So these two could, manipulate the race a bit and keep Denny from going down a lap before this competition caution. IMSA is so good. I was going to say, is it a new body or is it a Chevy Psych again? No, I think it's a straight up new body. Because the next, I don't know what the name of it is, the next Mustang body, but it looks a lot different. Looks more like a return to almost the 2000s look. So they have the car camouflaged in this early look at it. And that's a mock-up of what it could look like behind, I think. Yeah, it's pretty taped over here. Camouflaged in the back. So we can't really get a look at exactly what the body panels look like, but it is a different shape than the current car. So we'll see what it ends up looking like in NASCAR. The Mustang Dark Horse SC, the spiritual successor to the GT500. Starting price around $108,000. With a track pack option, pushes the price to $144,000 to $175,000, depending on level of carbon fiber and track upgrades. Good night. See if I can find a better picture. Competition caution is out. There's a couple better images of it. I mean, that's a very different look than what we're seeing these days. I feel like the last couple, iterations of the Mustang are trying to look like the Camaro. That rear end screams to me. Camaro, if you chop that off right at the B pillar, if you cut that car off, I would say that's the rear end of a Camaro. At least until you saw me in the actual, you showed me the rear end. You saw me. That looks a lot to me. All that extra black plastic looks a lot to me like a Camaro with the honeycomb grille. So now you have the rear end of the Camaro, and you're getting more towards the Camaro style on the front end. What are we doing? Which I like the Camaro, but the Mustang is supposed to be its own thing. I don't know if it's as much as they have a Chevy and Toyota bias as Chevy and Toyota focus more on NASCAR. It's like Ford clearly isn't involved. They only have a few teams in the whole series, in Cup, in the O'Reilly series, and in the Truck series. They only have a few teams compared to the dozens of cars the other two manufacturers have. ready. Let's see who can take advantage of these pit stops. Clean air is pretty important here early on if the track hasn't widened out enough. So, I mean, if somebody takes a gambler that has a really good pit stop, they may hold the lead for a while. I opened my notepad and I typed notepad. That's how my brain works. All right, we'll see if Denny can start working his way up through the field now. Honestly, if you're Denny, maybe you stay out there. Try to leapfrog. No, Denny came in. See, maybe you stay out and try to leapfrog the field. Don't like the new Mustang look. They need to differentiate themselves a little bit, like the older ones with a sportier look and more square fronted. Yeah, I mean, the Mustang's gone through a lot of iterations. The Mustang, I mean, traditionally was a boxier car than the Camaro and the Charger. But yeah, especially I think around 2015, somewhere around there, they did a big refresh and they went away from the more square look to a very rounded look. And at the time, I was like, that's pretty cool looking. But now it's like, I would like something a little more classic. But I hear they went away from the Shelby branding because they were having to pay a licensing fee on every car produced. And it was adding up to like millions of dollars in rights they were paying out every model year. And so now they have that partnership with Roush. If you want to get a special edition car. SVG currently scored as our leader. Interesting. All right, who do you guys think is going to win the race today? Based on what you've seen so far, who is our race winner? I don't know if we've seen them yet. You know, this track usually changes a lot over the course of a race, especially as it cools down. We saw Allgaier go from looking like the race winner last night to just suddenly he couldn't keep up with the top two cars. So maybe someone's handling up front will fade and someone further back will get a run at it. And Denny, he has to watch out for, being trapped way back in the pack. He has a good car. He knows how to get it done here. Like, he's really fast at Nashville. But when you're further back in the pack, you can get caught up in someone else's mistake really easy. See, AA, it just tried to translate your comment. I don't know what that's in regards to, but it says, you Gibbs. I don't know what language that is, but it's, you said Ty Gibbs. When I mouse over it, it shows me what you typed in English, but it's translating it. And I don't know why it does this. It only started doing this like a week ago. And I didn't know what that was, but that means it's translated it. You Gibbs. Oh, by the way, King, I saw the Albanese gummy bears. I have seen those before, and I've probably purchased them before. I just don't remember there being a noticeable difference. Maybe I'm not as much of a gummy bear snob as you guys are. Weird. All right, on the restart, SVG had the lead. He has the inside, more of a preferred groove right now. Logano gonna try to stay alongside him here in the corner. Not gonna be able to hold even. SVG to the lead. SVG to the lead. Wow. Who is that driving a tractor towards the front of the field? Is that Priest? No, Keselowski. Lost a ton of momentum there. Bowman's up there. They went with two-tire call. They went with a two-tire call. 48 to go. We'll see how well two tires hold on. But the running order is really shaken up here. Reddick's already about to make the pass here. Couple more laps. Reddick may get this done. I like the two-tire call. It seems like track position's pretty key here. Some of the drivers are trying to widen out the track to 2 lanes. We'll see if that second lane comes in a bit better. Because it really seems like guys that run the inside exclusively, they may be able to make up a lot of time, but once they have to deal with passing another car, they get bogged down going to that outside line. They just can't make it work. So if you can have a car that runs that middle outside groove well, you're looking good for the rest of this race. Being said, Todd Gilliland's going to win the race. Bold. Don't feed me the sugar-free stuff. Now, I ate a bunch of sugar-free pudding, Jello brand sugar-free pudding. I didn't know it was sugar-free when I bought it. And I got really sick. Terrible stomach cramps. And then the last time I bought pudding, chocolate pudding again, Jello brand, I looked at it and I didn't see sugar-free anywhere on the packaging. Well, obviously I didn't look very hard because it was sugar-free when I got home. And I'd already eaten 2 and I was about to go for a 3rd. And I saw the sugar-free in the label and I was like, time out. Time out. We're not going to do that. Todd Gilliland, bold prediction. Yeah, I mean, Zane Smith, he's one of those Ford guys that could break through. He's had speed in a few races this year. But you have to have the complete package. You know, the driver has to be on point. The setup has to be on point. Your manufacturer has to be on point. Plus your strategy calls and the pit stops. And it's hard to put together a full race. Good to see Brad up here running well. For now, Bowman's holding on for the moment. Briscoe probably followed him through on the 2-tire strategy. If I had to guess, Blaney might be the next car back on fresh tires. I don't know how many he took. Suarez running back in 14th right now. Zane and Daniel running pretty close to each other. So Larson trying to get this pass completed in that middle outside groove. Side by side, Bell nowhere to go. Just stuck in the dirty air. I think that shows you how key track position is right now, and having position on track, having the inside line. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. What are these Albanese gummies? I've had them before, but I didn't take a bite. Oh, this is so much better than Haribo. Also, Albanese, I haven't seen a single commercial for them, but I have seen a Haribo commercial, and that jingle is stuck in my head. It's stuck in there. I'm getting a little offended now that everybody has such a bold opinion on gummy bears. I don't think it matters. It's sugar and some gelatin. Why is this a conversation? I do agree with that. You don't need a commercial if your product is really good. That was Tesla's whole deal. They don't make commercials. You know, you see car commercials for every other company, but they don't. So when I saw a Starlink commercial, I was really confused. And like how they sponsor some NASCAR races and some IndyCar races, like as one of the TV sponsors. It's always like, what? Because like Elon's companies don't normally advertise. That one does, though, apparently. Black Forest has gummy bears. I like Black Forest ham. Juan Pablo is the best all-around driver, but SVG may give him a run for his money. Yeah, Juan was impressive. It would have been interesting to see what he could have done with better equipment. Oh! Larson kind of moved SVG up the track there, so SVG going to lose a couple spots here. Probably going to get passed by Reddick here as well. So Larson has the position, but maybe not for long. Bell's already looking to the outside. Track position here is so key. Briscoe has gotten by Bowman. Blaney's only a few tenths back. Yeah, track position is so important today. They did lay resin down before the race, but I'm not sure if they laid it down every day like they'd have at Bristol. They may have just laid it down, you know, on Thursday or Friday, whenever. And I'm not sure how resin responds to all this rain. Irish going over it. Put SVG in the 48 next year. I don't know about that. I need to see more from him. Especially if you put him in like an Xfinity car and see how well he could do. That would prove more to me about his true performance on ovals. This is such a track position heavy place. And these cars are so aero sensitive. I mean, you can put an absolute turd out front and it's gonna look pretty good. Bell there on the inside going for the lead. But SVG, I mean, he's not running bad. Not running bad. His best lap, 30.6 compared to a 30 flat for Larson. 29.8 for Bell. It's a little off of that. Running well, but I still need to see more. Because it looked like maybe earlier this season, like, oh, SVG might have ovals figured out. But those were the two plate races. And then we got to actual ovals, you know, and then it was like, oh, there's SVG. 25th, 30th. So this turn of events is really interesting. I mean, he's up there. You know, I know the running order was really shuffled because the field was set by metric. And also because of the weird strategies we just had in the last stop. But his teammates are back here. 19th and 24th. He's up there on his own, so he's doing pretty well. That's not bad. SVG's running pretty well for now. I just don't know if this is... Like, he has a decent car. He's, you know, somewhat got it figured out now. How much of it is that versus... Like, if he was, let's say he was 10th right now, or even 15th, could he pass his way back into the top 5? I don't know yet. I don't know. That remains to be seen. Doing well here today, Doodlebug. How are you doing? I think Larson's always running 105% in that car, even when he doesn't need to. And the difference at the top, when you're in the top 5, between having a top 5 car and having a race winning car can be a pretty big gap, even at, even if you're running close. So Larson may have a 4th place car. He may have a 5th place car, but he's going to drive over his head to try to make up that difference. And you can't really do that in this Gen 7 car. You just kind of have to take what it gives you, because the line is so narrow in this Gen 7 car that when you step over the edge, unless you tank slap the wall, it's really hard to save it. Really hard. Part of that's to do with the shorter sidewall on the tires. There's less travel for the actual tire before it starts breaking traction. And then also just the steering change between the Gen 6 car and the Gen 7 car. Bell has our Xfinity fastest lap. It would be fitting that Larson and Bell would be running up here 1-2. Yeah, I mean, that's something you can... Well, no. I mean... It still comes down to track position, though. It's one thing to hold position in this Gen 7 car. It's much easier to hold track position than it has ever been in NASCAR. Outside of maybe the 550 package we ran. Much easier to hold position than to pass. And the best driver at passing is Ryan Blaney. And he hasn't really done a ton of that this run. But Bowman, I mean, that was a 30th place car before this stop. He took 2. He's only fallen back a handful of positions. And he doesn't have any form of clean air to rely on. So you just don't fall back too quickly in this thing once the cars get single filed out. Yeah, I really like looking at the intervals. That's my favorite stat line to look at outside of what lap times they're running. I mean, that lap, SVG 2/10 back. Reddick may close back in. I mean, 30 point. That may have just been a bad lap for SVG. We'll see what he does this next time by. The next 30.7. You have to go back to Brad, but 30.8. Even some of these guys back in 16th are running 30.7s. SVG brought it down 1/10 there. Surpassing Reddick on that last lap. And that fastest lap time is also a bit off. Joey with a pretty decent lap time, 32. But the race-winning guys seem to be below 30 on their best laps. 29, 29. Where's that 11 car at? 29. Dell running a 30 point. Oh, that was his best lap, 30.4. Last lap. Not really seeing anything stick out to me. Suarez did not have a good lap that last time by, but he's running really close to AJ there. That may be why. Bowman's probably about to get... Yeah, Bowman did get passed by Hocevar. Said Bowman's probably about to get passed. And I look up and Hocevar just passed Bowman. So Bowman back to 13th. It looks like Bowman is going to gain a... Oh, car on the wall. That's caution. That's a caution. Is that Zilich? Connor Zilich continuing his Rookie of the Year winning campaign. Because he has won Rookie of the Year already, by the way. Good night. Pancaked the right side of that car. It happened on lap 73, about lap 73. That's going to be a huge game for Alex Bowman. Now, does anyone pit here and try to flip this stage? His track position is, I mean, we've seen it's really important. You can go from 30th. If you're running back there, I think you flip it here and then stay out under the stage brake, or maybe under the stage brake, just top off with gas, take 2 tires, whatever. Try to keep as much track position as possible. That Ryan Priest commercial that's pretty good. Thanks, I stole it. Just drives off. Absolute cinema. So that was lap 73. I had such high hopes for Zilich. My only prediction I made this year was that Zilich was going to win a race and could potentially win multiple. And my caveat to that, my take this with a grain of salt, was that a lot of drivers don't do very well making the transition from the O'Reilly series to the Gen 7 car. Heim has done decent enough in his limited starts, but yeah, Zilich definitely hasn't made the most of it. But Trackhouse as a whole is down compared to where they were a few years ago. You know, Ross should be up there in the top 15 every race, and he just isn't right now. And right now he's sitting 23rd in points, which that's not really where you want to be this late in the season. Well, Zilich did a good job as... Well, I heard he didn't do a great job as a spotter, but they held on. So, pretty successful as a spotter. Really successful as a broadcaster. And now, as the driver... Maybe it was brake heat and the right front, yeah. I'm saying the right front exploded. And that means there's going to be a lot of debris on track. Has anyone run over debris already? And will race control do a good job of safing the track? Sometimes when one car has a rotor explode, you end up having a ton of debris on the track that doesn't get cleaned up, and then you start seeing tire failures right after. So we'll see what happens here. Is anyone locked into the chase? I mean, if one of these drivers, like, broke their spine and missed every race heading into the chase, then even, like, Reddick might miss. But, I mean, yeah, I would say Reddick's probably pretty safe. Right, both stocks going down every time Connor wrecks. Yeah, I mean, not really much you can do about that. I think maybe part of what you saw there was that Zilich's car just wasn't handling well. He was kind of driving a tractor out there, and with a bad handling race car, you may have to get on the brakes a bit harder. And so he was putting it through more stress, temperature-wise. I know Steve is talking about his theory on why it exploded. But I remember watching Bubba Wallace at Bristol one time. And I really noticed that his brake rotors were glowing way hotter, way brighter than anyone else around him. And that day he happened to have a really tight race car, and he was hard on the brakes, lap after lap. So this could be that kind of situation. Poor handling race car and just had to be really hard on the brakes. Yeah, I mean, we've seen more rotors explode in this Gen 7 car than we have any other car, I think. Just the way he rode the wall. It's really good that he hadn't already arced it down the track to take a shallow entry. You know, so he didn't come up the track much before he hit the wall. Because that could have been a extremely hard hit. It still was a hard hit, but it could have been worse. All right, Blake Harris. It's time to turn that baby into a John Deere. Let's go. Also, it's also time for the 48 car to have a terrible stop. Like, a record bad stop here. Gonna lose like 20 positions here on pit road. So a lot of the guys that took 4 last time around took 2 here. It's gonna shake up the running order. This is a weird race so far. Leader jumping the initial start of the race. And the field set by metric. And now a really split strategy. A lot of 2-tire calls today. And I think it's going to work out for a lot of these guys. Because track position is just it's so important right now. It may be a little less important later if the track widens out some. But right now, it's hard to make a pass on the high side. Not impossible, but it's hard. Did Blake and Caitlin date? Was that a thing? Or is that just a joke about her being the pit reporter? I don't keep up with who garbage pit crew chiefs are dating. She's yeah, I don't keep up with anyone's relationship status. I know a lot of people talk a lot about Caitlin Mincy. A lot of people. She was married to Hendrick Motorsports crew chief Blake Harris. In August 2025, she announced on Samantha Bush's podcast that she and her husband have separated due to the stresses of their respective careers. I think she just didn't want to be a guy that was sabotaging Alex Bowman's career. That's what it was. It had nothing to do with their relationship. It's that she's a big Bowman fan. Pit lizards? I know about lot lizards. I don't know about pit lizards. Is this a Warhammer? No, I was about to say, is this a Warhammer movie? But it's the He-Man commercial. I think that movie's gonna flop. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but there's only so many Gen Xers that care about He-Man. I don't know that many millennials or anyone younger that cares about He-Man. I'm gonna be shocked. Google said you're spam. This is a long article. I have to take a look at this. All right, real quick update on the weather. Blaney's going to get a little push here from Allmendinger. Blaney up the track. Allmendinger to the inside. Let's see if Herbst realigns himself. Allmendinger back. I'm not Allmendinger, but Herbst backed out of it really quick there. I like the call for Herbst to stay out and take the track position. Still too wide further up. Chase Elliott with the most track position he's had today. Let's look at our weather. It looks like we... Oh, no. Chastain, his day may be over. Michael McDowell, heavy contact. So it looks like we're probably going to avoid rain. It's close. But this has been moving more south than it has east. So this may just skirt by the track. I mean, just. Don't know how Tennessee weather is not too different than Indiana weather. At least not, anything south of Indianapolis. Once you get up north of that, I'm sure there's some differences in weather patterns. Interesting. Letart's bringing up a good point. 2 Trackhouse cars, and McDowell just went around on his own, kept it out of the wall, so McDowell's good. Did McDowell... I didn't think he got help from below. Did he maybe hit some debris, or did he just lose it? Give us a replay of McDowell. I want to see McDowell, what exactly happens to him. Just looks like he loses it. But that's 2 Trackhouse rotors. Are you related to this Carl? Up 82 is the caution. That is extremely weird timing for Chastain to blow a rotor, because we had just restarted the race. So there shouldn't have been a ton of heat in that rotor, which is maybe the issue. They're talking about it a bit here, recycling them hot and cold, hot and cold. That's extremely odd. Like, what are they doing here? All right, SVG. Let's see if he can survive this race. The rotor's gone. I don't know if you guys have heard the voice line. I forget the dude's name, but South Carolina is gone. Yeah, Chastain tried to wall ride. That did not work out. Well, at least Chastain and Zillage can fly home together. They don't have to wait around. They could already be back in North Carolina by the time this race ends. At home. Fully showered, in bed. All right, let's see if we have some replays here from Sports on Prime. No, we don't. They don't do a good job of updating their Twitter page. Let's go to the official NASCAR page. So we have an onboard from Zillage. So he got really fortunate here. That's his. That looks like his brake marker, maybe. He gets onto it and it explodes right around here. Yeah, you see it explode. Bang. And he's not that far down the track yet. So maybe he wasn't going to commit to the inside. Thankfully, he wasn't already down the track more. So the car only traveled back up the track that much. And the right side looked pretty flat, pretty pancaked. So he got very fortunate there that it blew when it did. Because if it goes, 2 seconds later, he's down the track at least this far and has a long way to travel. That's our trouble for Connor Zillage. Our first casualty of the day. Let's look back at the weather before we switch back over. Yeah, I mean, we're looking better. We are looking better. Not much behind. Now things worked out for us pretty well. I don't think that's necessarily a coincidence. I think their setup, it either maybe relies on more braking, and there's something they're doing different that's causing this to happen. We heard the Fords were completely sealed off on the brake ducts, and we're not seeing the Fords explode. So there's something with the setup that has led these rotors to exploding. I think that's because they're having to really push the limits on certain parts on this car to get it to make speed, because the Trackhouse guys just haven't had speed this year. All right, will we have any takers here to flip the stage? You're going to lose out on stage points, so if you're in the top 10, you maybe stay out. Or if you're further back and you think guys in front of you are going to come in, stay out and get some stage points. Like Bowman, he's probably too far back to make the chase now, so he could probably go ahead and pit, but he could stay out and get stage points if he really wants them. If you're Briscoe, I mean, you look at staying out if you're Briscoe. And it looks like everyone's staying out except for Hocevar. So no one flipping the stage here. So Hocevar is going to restart this stage up front. That's if the field pits at the end of the stage, and the field may not be pitting at the end of the stage, which is, that would make sense why these guys stayed out. You would think so, but I don't. There's only so many parts that they're allowed to actually fix on these cars. And I'm sure with how sensitive the steering components are on these cars, that contact probably killed it. King Mako said, just tune in. So far, this race reminds him of the Poke Oh Hell No last year, but with Trackhouse instead of 2311. Pocono, you do not want to have a rotor explode. Ask Jeff Gordon about that. Ask Jimmy Johnson about that. Having brakes fail going into going into a corner after a long straightaway. I forget which corner Gordon knocked down, but Jimmy pretty much did exactly what Gordon did, but he tried to drive it through the infield grass, or like as low as he could, to scrub off speed instead of hooking a right and riding the wall. He nailed the wall. Oh yeah, Bubba's the most recent victim of the outside wall at Pocono. He knows about it. He definitely knows about it. Interesting radio call from SVG there. SVG said he was worried about his, but the crew chief said we were way different. And you saw there was a clear difference in how Chastain and Zilich were running from how SVG was running. So what does the 97 team have figured out the other two don't? Interesting stuff happening right now. All right, restarting. Ryan Blaney leading them back to green. Has half a car length out in front of Allmendinger. Allmendinger going to muscle it in on the outside. Larson way up the track. That's going to open the door for Elliott. Elliott not able to take advantage. Herbst sliding back. Going to lose, what, 3 spots here at least. Larson to the outside of Allmendinger now. Larson back to the lead, but Allmendinger getting a good run. Allmendinger taking stage 1. Great run off of 4. That was a great finish to stage 1. Fantastic. Never been to Pocono. Probably will never go to Pocono. Maybe one day. But I've heard so many good things about the fan experience at Pocono. Which the first time I heard about that, it blew my mind. But it makes sense. Pocono's in a kind of a vacation area. So maybe there's enough amenities there to have a good time. Not sure what this Ozempic commercial is. Radar's looking even better on the last loop. Let's look at NASCAR's Twitter. See if they posted the Chastain clip. They have not. Is Fox NASCAR still posting? We're really not getting good updates. Yeah, we're not getting much in the way of updates from Prime or from NASCAR. They've abandoned us. The only post from Prime about this race was about the command to go green and the burn bar being back. So Prime, great coverage on TV, on social media, terrible coverage. But NASCAR's also kind of slacking. They've only posted the Zilich clip. They haven't posted the Chastain caution, and they haven't posted... Obviously, they haven't posted the stage finish yet. I don't know if they will. Let me search for Chastain. Oh, we have an onboard from... Okay, well, we have a third-party source. Mr. Matthew CFB posted the clip of Ross Chastain, his rotor going. That's wild. You see the car start bouncing. Yeah, I mean, that blew up pretty close to where Zilich's did. A little before Zilich's did. You see it, that flap start bouncing. And the car just up the track. So not as hard of a hit for Chastain. So thank you, Mr. Matthew CFB, for posting that in-car footage. Oh no, Pocono's so huge. I doubt you can see the track. You would have to sit half a mile in the air to see the whole track. Jason said he's buying his NASCAR tickets next week for the O'Reilly Series race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Parking pass. Also getting your Brickyard tickets and parking pass. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, that's why I didn't rule out Pocono completely. As I was like, maybe I'll go up there and I'll just check on Christian and Stacy while I'm up there. Oh, that was... Yeah, not a great time. Weather almost always impacts the weekends that I go to the track. Whether or not it delays the races. So if you want rain at your local track, give me a call. I can make it happen. In points, so this is from Jeff Gluck. In points as they run, Ross Chastain down to 25th in points. That Bell commercial's wild. That I don't know if they ran this through a filter or something, but for footage from the year 2000, it looks like a lot older. Yeah, we'll have a whole Amazon group of people here in the chat. Already got the IRP and ARCA tickets. Or IRP trucks and ARCA tickets. That's good. I miss when the O'Reilly cars would go run at IRP. They have some wild races. Pocono tickets went from 160 in 2016 to 220. Yeah, it's kind of wild how they keep raising ticket prices. Even though, you know, the grandstands may not be full. It's like, what are we doing? Like, I guarantee if you lower the ticket prices, the stands would fill up. I guarantee it. Then you could make up that difference of all the seats that are, you know, missing. And part of the enjoyment of being at the track is the environment, the fans that are there. So if you increase the amount of fans that are at the track, you make it cheaper to camp, you make it cheaper to attend the race, it's going to be more of a, you know, festival atmosphere. I think I was looking at Chicagoland tickets, like not to buy, but just looking at how many seats have been sold, and there are a ton of available seats. People have been, for years, saying, we need to bring Chicagoland back, we need to bring it back. We finally do, and the grandstands haven't even sold out yet. Because prices are the way they are. Mark Martin on tire strategy. Let's look back through the pack here. So we have two Trackhouse cars out of the race. Ryan Preece, absolute tractor today. They had an issue. It looks like with the left front. We'll see if they can get back in the race. No one's been ruled out completely. At least not according to our leaderboard data. Suarez further back at the moment. Interesting. 3 wide for second place. Briscoe on the inside. Briscoe to second. I wouldn't mind seeing Briscoe win today. I like Briscoe. Even though he's in a Toyota, I'll let it slide. I bet they would have made it to where there's a ton of off-throttle time. Seems like there's a lot of tracks that should be pretty wide open, especially with a good setup, and you just can't. Charlotte in the Truck Series. That's one that I feel like should be more wide open on fresh tires. Yeah, it looks like it might be Heim time. They haven't announced Corey Haim's number for next year yet. Look at the time. That's an applicable comment. I would love to see Corey Haim win this race. That would be a statement. A lot of pressure on Riley Herbst to run decent here. Yeah, I mean, the 35 is probably the best equipment he's going to be in. Like this year specifically. You know, Gibbs affiliation. Toyotas have something figured out. Good cars pretty much every week. And then we compare that to, I mean, even John Hunter and Eric Jones are running better right now. So he's running below the bad Toyotas. So what does that say? I don't think they have announced the number, unless they just did, because they asked Corey Haim directly, what number are you going to be driving? And he said he didn't know. It wasn't his role to announce that. That's the last thing I heard on the number. So it sounded like there was something still undecided about that. That's straight from... Yes, maybe someone else made an announcement, but an interview from, just a couple days ago, directly from Corey Haim, he said he wasn't going to announce the number. It would be cooler if they kept the 6-7, because someone brought this point up. You would have the 23, the 45, and the 67. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So imagine getting merchandise, 2311 merchandise. You could just have all those numbers. Be pretty sick. Be pretty sick. Uh-oh. Lightning outside. Or Jordan 6 championships. Yeah, I mean, you have the 23, you have the 45. That makes sense because it's related to Jordan. I never really understood the 35. I don't know what that number is. I see one day ago from Lionel Racing Forum to drive 35 Cup car. But I had, unless Corey... I don't know why he wouldn't just straight up say, I'm driving the 35, if he knew he was going to be in the 35. That's not a surprise. Corey's response only makes sense if it's still in the air whether or not he's going to be in the 35. I mean, the news here on this forum page, released directly from NASCAR, Corey Haim will drive number 35 for 2311. I'm just wondering if that means the 35 team or the 35 number. Because I don't understand why Corey Haim would say he doesn't want to say if it's just the 35. That's the second time Christian's been told to shut up today. That I know of. So frustrating. They fixed Richmond in NASCAR 25, but then they feel like they ruined Martinsville, New Hampshire, and Pocono. Some of them are rough. I feel like some of the tracks are like, oh, they ruined this track. But then you find the right setup, and it's a lot better. When the game first came out, myself and a lot of other smaller NASCAR 25 creators, we did a multiplayer session, and we were just running fixed setups, no assists, and some of the fixed setups really suck. You wonder why they thought it was a good idea, because the fixed setup you have presumably is what the other AI cars have, but yet they're able to go into the corner at 180 and hold it down low when you're having to back it down to 170 and struggle to, get a good run off the corner. So something's a little fishy here. Jason said he grew up an Indiana Pacers fan and Reggie Miller fan. Jason, his dad would boo Jordan and the Bulls. Yeah, I bet there was a bit of a rivalry there. Indianapolis and Chicago. I've been to a Pacers game. I've been to one Pacers game, but I've been to the Pacers arena at least once, but maybe twice. And then I went by there. It was right after, I think the NBA draft maybe was there in Indianapolis. That was last year, maybe. I can't recall. Probably wasn't confirmed when they did the interview. That would make a little more sense, but I mean, was there a discussion going on for him to drive a different numbered car, and then they just decided, no, let's keep the 35? I just want to know the reasoning, also, for why the 35 is so important. It's like, is that a number known? Like, is it an inside joke between Denny and Jordan? I don't know. Yeah, don't get put in the doghouse. But it's a good thing if you own a doghouse. All right, 70 to go in stage 2. Look at the weather. Yeah, the weather's clear. I mean, unless some rain pops out of nowhere, we should be able to get this race official. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. I don't know what happened there. There's a weird glitch now when I pull the browser back open. It pulls up in the wrong tab on my screen, but it doesn't affect it on the stream. When he very first started playing, that it must have been very brief. Oh, yeah. It's like, how does that math work? Oh, yeah, 3 and 5. It's it's kind of a shame how things worked out. In a different world, Kurt Busch continues to run and win races at 23:11 without the concussion. And then when Kyle was in jeopardy of leaving the 18 car, 23:11 scoops him up for a third charter. And then bang, we have the Busch brothers as teammates for the first time. That would have been neat. Or Kurt retires and Kyle steps directly into the 45. We could have had it all. Yeah, what's up with moist? I've had multiple people tell me they didn't like the word moist. What's your problem with the word moist? You don't like a moist cupcake? A moist muffin? A fresh out of the oven, moist yeast roll? I don't get it. And I find it funny because I also find that word graffitied on train cars, like everywhere. You find a train, there's a pretty good chance that someone has graffitied that word on the trains. Has NASCAR updated anything yet? We do have a replay of the lap 1 stage finish, which was pretty awesome. Pull that back up here briefly. That's Allmendinger getting to the lead. Larson able to follow him through really well in that outside line. outside middle line, really. But Allmendinger gets a great run off of 4 and is able to make the pass back on Larson. I mean, just a great run off of 4 for Allmendinger. Really impressive. And, you know, Allmendinger really needs the points. That's great. I'm still running top 10. Eric Jones top 10 as well. Kind of had a feeling Jones might run decent. We'll see if that holds on. I feel like this is a tougher track. This is more of a driver's track. And Eric Jones is so good at Darlington. That's another driver-heavy track. I remember what time we went green. It took an hour and 16 minutes for the first 100 laps of the race to be run. So if you back it up, maybe like an hour and a half, it may have been 8:30 Eastern. Let me see. Cars uncovered. 8:40 Eastern, green flag. 8:40 Eastern. So I was off by just a bit. That's a pretty good calculation there. Pretty good calculation. I was turning the digits. I had to convert to Eastern time too. Made that one work. Oh, Moist is a graffiti crew from Birmingham. That explains it. That explains it. Ooh, Briscoe close to clearing Larson there, but not quite. Be interesting to see if Briscoe can pull ahead here. If he can grab the lead. Probably will here in a bit. I just want to see if Larson and Briscoe are near equal, or if Larson was surviving just on clean air. Because we've seen this at Nashville kind of all weekend. There are two cars usually that are competing for the lead, and then there's a gap back to third. Now Larson's already fallen back a bit. Corey Heim into 5th place. Eric Jones needs a good point stay here. It may be another 20 laps, but we're coming up on green flag stops, depending on when these guys last stopped. Yes, not halfway yet. Yes, I would figure halfway would be lap 150. I hope he's able to run well. I like Eric Jones a lot. I've been big on his talents. I was really upset when they moved him out of the 20s, so thank goodness Bell has had a pretty good career since he hopped in the 20. But Eric Jones could have had a Bell-style career, you know, a few wins a year. I think he was that good. And he got kicked to the curb a bit too quickly. Went to the 43, got a win in the 43. Super impressive. Another pancakes ad, that's right. I used to go to IHOP pretty regularly, but I don't anymore. If I'm going to get breakfast food, I go to Waffle House and get a breakfast bowl, and I play music on the jukebox. I will go to Waffle House at 5:30 in the morning and have that place jumping, just playing the hits, hit after hit. Boom, boom. People are in there either hungover or extremely exhausted from their night shift, or they're just an early riser, and I got that place just rattling. It's a weird mismatch of vibes. But there was one time I put on the YMCA song. It was in a Waffle House or just outside of Orlando. And I think it wasn't just outside of Orlando. It was actually closer to Cape Canaveral. It was right on the coast. Anyway, in this Waffle House, I played with the YMCA song, and people at other tables started doing the dance. They could not help themselves. I had complete control over every movement these people were making. It's like I was a puppeteer. Dance. Do the YMCA. Yep, Eric Jones. Yeah, that feels like a fever dream to think about now. Yeah, Nashville, it's a big market, and it should be a great market for NASCAR because I think Knoxville's one of the top markets in the country for NASCAR. So you think, there'd be a lot of spillover. But Nashville's a low-capacity track. So, there's only so many places to sit. If this was Texas, same amount of fans, people would say the sport is dead. I dropped some money on the Touch Tunes app. I have it ready to go on my phone. Credits already on there. I roll into Waffle House. Dougie. I probably have played a Christmas song. That gives me a funny idea. Next time I go, I'm playing Last Christmas 3 times before I leave. Just in a row. By George Michaels. That was, his first ever. Not bad. Not bad. It's just so odd he did it on the start of a race. I don't know if I've ever seen that. First lap. Which traditionally, the restart zone didn't start the race. Or the restart line. It was the flag started the race. So you win on the flag. But, they do it differently now. All right, a lot of cars coming out for green flag pit stops. 4 tires. Probably going to see 4 for each of these guys. The 2-tire call, you know, is more of a actual yellow flag strategy. Weather is extremely clear right now. So I commented on that a few weeks ago during the stream. I said they need to run a Hardy's throwback. And literally the next day, I think it was, Hardy's on Twitter was, or it was either Hardy's or Bubba Wallace. One of them posted a video or a tweet that was like, maybe we should do a throwback. And then I think a couple days later, they actually announced the throwback officially. You know, the first part was just a tease. They knew the throwback was happening already, but Hardy's was like, you're seeing the future. I forget what they tweeted back to me, but I was like, dude, I was just talking about this the other day. Yeah, the Hardy's CEO is here. Bring back the old thick burger commercials. You know the ones. That's the way to make Hardy's thrive again. I think that's a natural thing. You just got to come back next time stronger. But what exactly do you think you messed up on, Jason? The host of our slow stop there. He's just had an unfortunate go of things this race. Uh-oh. Caution, Austin Dillon around. Bowman had just hit pit road. What does this do for Bowman and Stenhouse? This is really going to shake things up. There are some guys that hadn't made their stop yet. Oh, that's like what happens to me. My spotter doesn't call anyone down low. Like, I'm 3 wide, but I don't know it. So I pass the car in the middle. I'm on the outside. Pass the car in the middle. I think I'm clear low. I go down the track and take myself out. Yeah, that's what it was. That was an advanced maneuver that they were trying to take out Austin Dillon, the biggest threat to their operation. They're time travelers, and they saw what would happen if Austin Dillon won the race. Like, we can't let that happen. You remember Cale Yarborough ran Hardy's scheme during the mid-'80s? Yeah, this is specifically a throwback to Cale. I was hoping for a Hardy's throwback. I think it was from Days of Thunder. I was hoping they would throw back to that car, but you know, this one's fine. It is a little off with the Ford slid number, though. Kyle Busch NOS throwback is clean. Definitely. Yeah, when they announced that car, I think it instantly became the most popular paint scheme of the weekend. Even like Blaney's looks good. There are a few other cars that look pretty good. That one, you know, for obvious reasons, is going to be a fan favorite. lap 146 caution. That did look like a planned maneuver there with RFK taking out Austin Dillon. Watching him back from a couple different angles, like Brad comes down the track, lets off a bit, that holds up Austin Dillon, and then I think Buescher cleared him out. That's good. Wondering if M&M's will come back on board for at least one race so we can get a proper throwback. If it was the old Mars family, you know, if it was the old administration still in charge, they definitely come back, at least in some small way. But I forget who took over, what position they were in, but apparently they're not a fan of NASCAR, and the old guy was. And so whoever came in next didn't think NASCAR matched their branding strategy, and so they axed the sponsorship. Just your thought? No, Jason. No. You know too much about racing in general, but also the local scene. So I think you're a very valuable asset to the team. And I like when it's the three of you. You know, I had watched shows from before when it was just those two, Russ and Nathan, but and it was good. But I like the 3-man deal. And trust me, it takes time to get good at YouTube. I've been doing it for over a decade. I'm still not great at it, so we're working at it. We are working at it. That's all we can do. See if we have a replay of Austin Dillon getting turned yet. No one's updating the highlights today, or no one's posting the highlights. So that's one downside of Prime's coverage. No one posts highlights. Mr. Matthew CFB has earned a follow from me. What a hero. Made sure to tweet him out and share that. So this is a look at why we are under caution this last time. He's quick with the highlights too. He's good with it. Mr. Matthew CFB. My tweet pops up. I search Austin Dillon and mine comes up second. That's wild. That's about the waxing crescent moon. That whole debate we had a few weeks back. I mean, that looks like a team strategy. Brad comes down the block, and that slows Dillon just enough as Buescher gets a run. And just take him out. Just takes him out. That is excellent. Hate it for Austin, but that was a well-performed pit maneuver. And NASCAR still hasn't posted a replay. How about that? Radar's still clear. So Bowman has some ground to make up. Bowman and Byron. What about Chase? Chase up there in second. So Blaney out to the lead here. McDowell, good recovery after spinning earlier. Let's see if he can hold some of this track position. Really going to force the issue there in the middle. Kind of drifted up the track there a bit. Into Allmendinger. 3 red cars all near each other. The Love's car has some red on it as well, but not red primary. A lot of red and black cars. They're blending in. I can't tell who is who. I don't know if Jason's in the Discord, but I'll post it. I'll post a link to their channel in the Discord. Yeah, Double A, you have an early morning, so I would understand that decision completely. Kim Holbrook says, number 5, let's go. I almost wore a Larson hat today. I had the Kyle Busch hat. I had to wear it. But Larson, I think, was one of the favorites to run well or win here today, so I considered throwing on the 5 hat. Hey, a good old front porch to sit on. That's a good time. Yeah, the whole field really got shaken up there. We were coming to the tail end of green flag pit stops, and the caution fell, so a lot of guys are stuck further back than they should be, and some guys are further forward than they should be. Austin Hill, Cole Custer, Todd Gillen, Michael McDowell, and they're a little out of place here. But Larson has position on Briscoe and Hamlin. Those are 2 guys that he should be concerned with. So Larson, you know, not in a bad place. Blaney ran a 30.1 that last time by. Pretty good. Fastest is a 30 flat. So Blaney's a decently fast car. That caution really shook things up. Bowman had just come down pit road when that caution fell, and it didn't really play out in his favor. Oh, for sure, Kim. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, I enjoy doing it. If I'm going to watch the race, you know, might as well hop on here and talk with other people that enjoy racing. He's not scared of any. Well, he had gapped Briscoe a little bit by putting Custer between them. So Larson up inside the top 10 now. The next big marker will be whether or not he can clear Reddick here. And with Todd, Michael, and AJ, even Daniel, and they're all kind of stacked up together, that may allow Larson to catch up sooner rather than later. Eric Jones also tried to move back through the field. Corey Heim's actually making up a ton of ground. He was just back here in like 17th. And now he's up to 14th. And Corey Heim is trying to get around Eric Jones here. They already have him marked with a spot on my scoreboard, but I just saw the pass happen live, so I don't know. Heim is moving. All right, Reddick got by Gilliland. Keep an eye on this interval, how much Larson can close in this lap. Briscoe is right behind Larson. Not a lot of room to play with there. Actually a fan of Hocevar up and coming. Hocevar is a fun one to root for. Wearing a Ryan Blaney t-shirt right now, like Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott. Yeah, they kind of came into the sport around the same time. That's like a certain class of young guns. Now they're not considered young guns. They're veterans, but... And you compare to guys like Denny, they're still pretty young. Yeah, Hocevar's had a rough day today. It'll be interesting to see if they can rebound. I don't know what's going on with William Byron. He restarted right behind Bowman, but he did not hold the track position. Bowman 11 back. Bubba 2/10 behind. Running pretty even lap times too. Yeah, Bowman needs a good day. But so far, I mean, especially with how strategy's gone, that caution kind of fell at the wrong time for them. All right. Reddick by Suarez. So move Reddick into the top 5. So the gap between Larson and Briscoe is staying pretty consistent. He's not really catching Todd right now. 20 to go in the stage. I really like this call for, AJ, Michael McDowell, Daniel Suarez, even Cole Custer, Austin Hill. Yeah, as long as they don't lose 7 positions in the next 19 laps, this was a good call. Ultimately, track position's so key today. Bowman might get passed here by Bubba. That's down to a 10th. And a full second back from SVG. Why is Byron so far off the pace? Joey as well. Kim says all she needs is for Kyle to get top 5 for points. I need good points, but at some point, Kyle's got to get back in victory lane. But I mean, kind of like last year where he ran well at the start of the year. Then after the double, didn't run as well. Ended the year pretty strong. He got the most points throughout the whole season. And he won the championship. So, Larson, not as dominant as he was in the Gen 6 car, but he's usually pretty consistent in terms of scoring points. Blaney's still holding lead. Last lap, 31.91. 32 right there. And Blaney, the class of the field at the moment. Zane Smith has fallen off a cliff. Back another spot. Or is he passing his way up? I can't tell. I guess he got by Bubba and Riley Herbst. I guess he's passing his way up, perhaps? They lost time that lap. I don't know. 2/10 behind Bowman. If Zane Smith can get back to his rhythm he was in before, he may also pick off Bowman. Probably not enough time to get to SVG. Byron's still 30th. This is kind of a weird race. Like, this is the normal running order. Like, you expect these two maybe to be up there. Blaney specifically. But then, like, Larson, Bell, Briscoe, Hamlin. Like, you expect these guys. But then, you know, because of strategy and track position, how important it is, there's a lot of interesting names up here. Yeah, Reddick's another one that belongs up front. Like, guys like Custer and Hill haven't really fallen off the pace too badly yet. And that's prevented Eric Jones and Gibbs from getting back their track position. Caution is out for AJ Allmendinger in the wall. Lap 173. I think that's 100 laps from one of our previous cautions. Is that another rotor? That thing was rolling. So King Mako, on my end, your comment auto-corrected to some other language. So no, not AJ, converted to no, not also. It's looking like another rotor. Kim says she's been praying for joy for 2 years. Double A says it's crazy how Toyota has never won here, but the race you went to, Toyota dominated the race. And then Christian says, according to someone we all know very well, they just looked at it. Oh, I guess I know who that is. Said it's crazy. Stage 3 is 20 laps. What happened there, Stacy? Explain what happened. Anyone but Chase? I've heard that. I hear that from a lot of people. All three have been Chevy so far. Is it a Chevy thing? Potentially. I don't think Trackhouse and Colleague are sharing setup information. Reminds me a lot of back in the day, places like Chicagoland, Kansas, where they would have the engines, you know, just stressed to their max. And you would have a lot of engine failures. A lot of cars blowing up. Not the right rear end hub, but the actual engine blowing up. That was for Christian. And you would have like 3 of the Hendrick cars blow up within like 50 laps of each other. And the last Hendrick car would be top 5 going for the win. And they're sweating bullets that they're going to blow up next. It's kind of like the rotors here. Yeah, so Jason, he's on a show called Switch and Grooves, and they do a good job of covering not just NASCAR, but all different kinds of motorsports, a lot of the local stuff too. So everyone's going to gain a position there. because of AJ dropping out of the top split of cars. So Bowman up to 17th now. Byron 29th. Joey back here 30th. We'll see if these guys can do something to gain these spots back. Rough going for these guys back here. The RFK guys had worked their way towards the lead group of cars, but that caution came out at the wrong point. They got really trapped back here. The RFK guys, they like to run long for some reason. On any given green flag period, Brad will usually be one of them that's running really long, and it's like, okay, it's a big gamble. Now, Larson's holding back this wave of Toyotas. Bell, Briscoe, Heim, Hamlin. Eric Jones and Gibbs back here as well. Only one's broken through right now. Reddick in 4th. Just a bunch of Toyotas. We actually covered the O'Reilly race here live. And then we didn't stream the truck race, but I did watch it. And the truck race, that stage 2 was insane. But I thought yesterday's race was pretty good. Maybe it had some lulls, but that side-by-side run to the finish in the last handful of laps, that was really good racing. Christian said it looked like another rotor, but it was a hard hit. Kind of concerning he didn't immediately drop the window net. Wonder who... if we're going to get another one. Even though we've had these rotors fail, I guess they're doing a good job of cleaning the track because we haven't really seen a tire failure yet. That's a good thing. Extended cleanup period here. This is taking a while. We've run 36 caution laps so far. This is probably actually 37 that we're on right now. 20 lead changes. Not bad. Our caution counter still doesn't work. Would camber wear out rotors? Maybe it could contribute to the load. Oh, Ken thinks Prime sucks. I think the coverage is pretty good. They gave us an hour and a half of post-race last week. The only downside for Prime is that not everyone has it, and some people spend $100, $150 on their cable package to watch all their favorite sports, all their favorite TV shows, and now NASCAR switched to part-time being streaming only, and so some people have lost access to 5 races out of the season. So not everyone's able to get it, and even as hard to believe as it may be, some people don't have internet or good enough internet to stream, so that's definitely an issue. I would be okay with Prime doing the whole season as long as like CBS or NBC, some actual broadcast affiliate could broadcast the races. That way there's a way for people that watch on television on an antenna. I use an antenna in here and in my living room for those people to watch. It's so convenient to use an antenna. No internet required. No cable bill required, but I don't know if we'll ever get that lucky. Yeah, 160 or 260 bucks. Yep. So if you're not able to watch the race, like if you don't have Prime, follow the instructions that bot just posted in chat, and if you have access to the internet, you can pull that open in your browser. Just Google that and follow those instructions, and it should allow you to watch the race. Don't want anybody missing the race because they don't have Prime. Oh, that's a good point, Kim. That's a really good point. Yeah, I guess you have to have internet to get the YouTube stream. But yeah, that's a pretty good website. It's been working all season. There's not like pop-ups and, shady stuff. But it's nice because it's, at least for the Prime coverage, it's only delayed by like half a second. It's not bad at all. So it's pretty much like you're watching live with everyone else instead of watching a restream broadcast. Have you guys seen this Ram Rumblebee, that Ram truck that turns 777 horsepower? This thing is pretty insane. Man, none of these are real. Here we go. Here's a look at the Rumblebee. So they have 3 different levels of this. They're calling it a muscle truck. The first ever muscle truck. It has a lowered suspension, a lot stiffer than a traditional truck suspension because it's meant for performance. It still has a truck bed. It's a shorter truck bed. I like it. I like this a lot, actually, because it's even though it's a pretty bulky truck, it looks, more like the trucks I grew up with. Much lower to the ground. You can actually see, but it has a ton of horsepower. So it starts at, I think, 394, maybe 364. It's somewhere in there. And it goes up to 777 horsepower. The first ever muscle truck. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Jason's saying if you get a chance to watch Switchin' Grooves, the show that he's on, feel free to leave a like or a comment. They run a really good show, so if you're into motorsports and racing at all levels, definitely worth watching. Oh, it starts at 395. The mid-range Rumblebee goes at or has 470 horsepower. Uh-oh. 3-car stack-up. Heim's involved. Little contact. Custer involved. And Todd Gilliland. This is the Rumblebee. The stats. So they're all V8s. 5.7 V8, 6.4 V8, and 6.2 supercharged V8. You can get a truck 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds. That's moving. That is moving. The Rumblebee. It's got a splitter too. That's pretty sharp. So as soon as we get a replay of this accident, we'll get it posted. Heim got into the back of Gilliland, got him turned around, and that stacked up a few other cars. Custer involved. Zane Smith kind of shucked Custer up the track, so probably not hard enough contact to cause any issue for Smith. But I believe I saw contact between Zane Smith and Custer. Ah, man. Let me watch that again. What led to... Oh, SVG tried to dive it down to the inside. Not a great move. So SVG kind of set that whole thing off. Let me update my notes. Up 183. So we'll get a replay up as soon as we can. But SVG dove it in low. Oh my goodness, this Mr. Matthew CFB is my hero. He posted the replay already. This guy, top Twitter follow. So here's the replay. That's just off the wreck. We'll see if he also posts the earlier incident. But SVG dove it into the inside as they go into the corner and knocked Gilliland up the track, but it took the lettering off of his left rear. So his left rear might have been going down, which led to potentially him getting loose and why Heim got into the back of him. That's Heim. That's Custer. That's Zane Smith. Zane Smith got into the back of Custer, knocked him up the track, which got Custer involved in this. Heim potentially into the back of Gilliland to send him around. But Heim also turns around here. Custer turns around. Little damage there, possibly to the left rear, but other than that, Custer looks pretty clean. Looks like most of these guys are going to continue without too much damage. May have to worry about the left front steering on Gilliland's car. Yeah, SVG, that was a really aggressive move to dive it in there. He thought he saw an open lane. Maybe like Gilliland was going to run that middle groove. So he dove it to the inside, and Gilliland came down the track on him. And it's actually a wonder that SVG didn't lose the front end there. More horsepower, but you would think that would be across the field, that everybody would be running into these issues. Yeah, so far, 2 Trackhouse guys, 1 Colic guy. So this is why we are under caution. How many Xfinity drivers are in this? Let's see. As far as full-time Xfinity guys, Austin Hill would be 1. And Corey Heim's not full-time in any series, so you could potentially count him. But yeah, it looks like Austin Hill would be the only one that's a full-time O'Reilly Series, Xfinity Series, driver. Now, if you want to count drivers that should be in the O'Reilly Series, you'd probably have a lot more. Riley Herbst. Stenhouse up there in the 47 has that Kyle Busch throwback running well. Guess that's playing some pit strategy here. Bowman's going to cycle forward. Keep an eye on that. If he can at least, before the whenever they stop again. If he can keep it in the top 10, that's a huge win. Huge. Really, even back to 15th, it would still be a win, but don't want to drop much further back. Denny's up there. He should have speed, potentially race-winning speed. Byron hasn't had speed today. I don't really know what he's doing in general. Then you have Bell, Briscoe. Like, so these guys have actual pace. Chase back to 12th during all of this. Reddick, Blaney. So there's our leaders from before all this went down. Larson still involved. And then Joey's still trapped back there, 26th as they run now. We'll see if that updates. So Gilliland looks like he's going to stay on the lead lap. So will Corey Heim, Cole Custer, all the cars involved in that last dust-up. So Heim taking responsibility for that last caution period. All right, so some of these guys up front are coming down this time by. So Bowman, Stenhouse, Suarez, Cindric, they're going to give up the track position here for fresh tires. Man, I would like the call to stay out there and just try to hold some track position. But they may have really needed to pit there. Man, now they're going to be stuck behind a lot of cars. I don't like this. I've had this hat for a while. I just don't typically wear it. I probably had this one for a couple years now. Or maybe I got it last year at Dega. Or maybe 2 years ago at Nashville. But anyway, it's fully like mesh or something. It's this thick material, so it's a really hot hat to wear. And then I got this one a couple weeks ago, which is interesting timing. And I've worn this a couple times on stream, but I don't know. The area in the front of the hat kind of digs into my forehead, even though the rest of it, like, it's wide enough. It's a big enough hat, plenty big enough. It's just the way the hat is shaped because it's a flat brim. So I don't wear this one too often, but I like the look of this one a lot. The blue and the white. But, you know, since the news, I went ahead and ordered Kyle Busch's Dover truck win. I ordered that one. So sometime around November, we should get that one in. And that'll be my first truck, actually. I might have a 164th truck, but I don't have any other trucks that I know of. The first time for everything. And then I saw that Lionel canceled his patriotic truck, the one that he was going to run for Spire. And then I keep wanting to buy a Keselowski hat. I've been looking, but they're like, whereas I can find cheaper Hendrick hats and cheaper, you know, Kyle Busch hats, whoever, like most of the Chevy guys, it's hard to find a cheaper RFK hat. It's like they don't do sales like Hendrick does and like Fanatics does for those drivers, because I usually just buy hats that are on sale. I don't pay full price. I don't do that unless I'm at the track and I pick up a hat at the track. But I saw that, I don't know if all the Hendrick guys had the hats this week, but the Hendrick guys, they do special edition hats for pretty much every race. and they're themed to the track. So for Nashville, they did a green hat, I believe. I don't think it was just Larson, but it looks really good, the green hat. And Larson was wearing it in the pre-race. So if you saw the pre-race, if you saw Larson's hat, I think it looks pretty cool. But I bet it's $45 at least, and that's not including shipping. So no, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, I typically like to wear hats that are cooler, made of a thinner material or the plastic mesh in the back. But because of the special occasion, you know, and still remembering the recent passing of Kyle, we got the Kyle hat on. But we're back, green flag racing. Denny leading them right now. Hocevar kind of moving Herbst up the track. Zerpst. Herbst is in the... Oh my goodness, the track... Uh-oh, we're going around. A spotter said somebody got wrecked on purpose. That's Keselowski around. Hard impact for Keselowski. It just looked like the whole field stacked up, but someone's saying it was on purpose. Brad needed that. Brad needed a good... I mean, not this. Brad needed a good finish. He's, I think right now, top 10 in points, and this is going to take him out of that equation. That didn't look intentional. That didn't look intentional. I'll say it. Brad Spotter was dead wrong about that. It's these curved bumpers. I don't think he took them out on purpose. It looked to me like Austin was going to tuck in behind Keselowski and follow him through because the field was stacking up. So many things were happening, I couldn't even finish my thoughts. Herbst was all over Zane Smith, and then somebody else got held up, and they were going 4 wide, 5 wide. It was just a mess. It just looked to me like, you know, Dylan, his push, he still had a little lateral movement. And when the bumpers line up wrong, especially if there's some lateral movement, it will turn the other car. You see it happen pretty much every week. You'll see somebody give a push that goes wrong. Yeah, Junior's on the fence about it as well. Brad might be fuming right now because his spotter was like, oh yeah, you got wrecked intentionally. It was on purpose. He's mad about what happened. Didn't look like it was intentional, you know, from my point of view. Brad climbing out of the car. Really disappointing into his day. I want to see Brad win one. He's been so close multiple times. Today probably wasn't going to be the day to break through, but this is going to hurt him in the points. He had done well to take care of himself and stay in the top 10, but I could see him dropping back a few spots here. Where's Brad going? Where was Brad going? He's just walking off. I think Brad has to do some business. $50 caution laps now. Good night. The caution 500. Keselowski 2 garage 4 repairs. So Kes might not be done. We'll see if they call the race. If they can get back out there in 20, 30 laps and then hope for someone else to crash out, they could gain a couple of points at least. Lap 193. We can't make it past a lap with a 3 without a caution coming out. Yeah, I think that was horrible timing there. Yeah, I don't think that was intentional with Austin Dillon. Oh, Mr. Matthew CFB, what a doll. He liked and reposted my quote tweet of his tweet. My MacBook went to sleep. My dog knocked the power cable out. The magnetic thing, it's nice because your laptop doesn't get yanked off of tables if someone, trips over the charger. But it does make it really easy to fall out. The MagSafe gives, the MagSafe taketh. So let's look at Mr. Matthew CFB. I bet he posted a replay of this one already. Mr. Matthew CFB, the GOAT. Here's a replay. Another look at it. So this is what I was looking at. Zane Smith was Herbst was all over Zane Smith. Just leaning on him. So I was looking at these two. And then you see Stenhouse get up under Gragson. Gragson, he goes up the track to save it. Right in front of Austin Hill. These guys are all stacking up. And I'm guessing that's Ty Dillon. Overreacts. Comes down the track into Brad Keselowski. Brad's down the track and potentially out of the gas. And out of the gas as soon as Austin is coming down the track to help push Brad through. I think that was his intention, was to follow Brad through and assume the inside line into one. But because of that closing rate, a little faster than he expected, that's when he makes contact. A little off center. And these curved bumpers, if you make contact a little too far forward, it just creates a little leverage and brings that car around. Hard contact there for Cindric, right in the left front. Keep an eye on that. Man, what a hard hit for Brad. Couple hard hits. Unfortunate. Yeah, Cindric there. So 2 Fords taken out in one corner. Masterful play by Austin Dillon if this was on purpose. He said, this is my opportunity. Hangs a left. How will Mr. Matthews CFB affect the GOAT debate? He is putting out these highlights immediately. Immediately. He even already posted the onboards. We can take a look at the onboards. So that was Keselowski. And this is Austin Dillon. I mean, it's not like he right hooked him, you know? If the bumpers were flat, I think that this doesn't happen. I think a lot of wrecks that happen in this Gen 7 car don't happen if the bumpers were flat. The front doesn't have to be flat, but the rear bumper probably should be. Pushing is a big part of NASCAR. It's a big part of the restart. It's a big part of plate racing. So you curve the rear end, and it's like you're asking for this specifically to happen. Braxton down pit road. And off Gilliland. I think that's him. Still getting worked on. So Brad and AJ out of the race. Or off the track, not out of the race. These guys are marked as off track, but if they're red, that means they're out. They are ruled out, done for the day. So 2 cars in the garage. Cindric, I wouldn't doubt, joins them. It looks like he had some pretty heavy left front damage, but maybe they can replace a toe link here quickly. We'll see. It looked like the toe link was broken. I don't know for sure. Gilliland, Hine, Dillon, all going around at some point in this race. Bowman back here in 25th. Come on. They've got to figure something out. They've got to figure something out. William Byron, 20th. It's been a down year for him for sure. Busher's up there. Might be the saving grace for RFK today. Larson and Blaney back in there. And SVG, top 10 again. Keep an eye on him. Now look at their best laps for who's on Fraud Watch. 29.9, 29.9, 30.2, 29.8. Michael McDowell on Fraud Watch. Let's see if he can hold that track position. All right, we're coming to green flag, but we're under side-by-side coverage of this Ford commercial. Prime just cut it close. That was a Fox Sports kind of deal. All right, Briscoe and Hamlin side by side. Then he's going to drive it in really deep into 3. Hamlin is the master of aero blocking. This happens to Briscoe a lot, where it's Hamlin is the one aero blocking and holding him back. If I had nothing to lose, man, I would right hook Hamlin so fast. I would just drive it into the corner. As deep as possible. Put him in the wall. Reddick all over the back of McDowell. And then Reddick down the track right. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No! 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 Caution is out. I don't know what happened yet, but Bubba's destroyed in the throwback Hardy's car. Byron got involved. Bubba came down the track and obliterated Bowman. Bowman's right front is destroyed. Or right rear, my bad. That's what you get for being stuck back in the pack. That's exactly what you get. Did Hocevar kick this off? Did they all get Hocevar'd? Oh my goodness, my prime thing broke. Okay. Yeah, Hocevar missed the bottom up the track into Buescher. 17 into 23. The 23 into the 24. The 23's looked like one of his toe links was broken. My prime is freaking out right now, trying to pause the race and restart. He came down the track and got into Bowman. So Byron may not have too much damage, but good night. I know Bubba didn't have control of his car, but that is so frustrating. Had it cleared. No, you're exactly right. Yeah, but Bowman is an afterthought at Hendrick Motorsports. And I don't care who you put in that car. It's probably going to be an afterthought car. Hendrick has always had a car that was always, you know, lesser than everyone else. That's... What a mess that was. We'll get a replay pulled up. It was Hocevar into Buescher. Buescher into Bubba. Bubba into Byron. Then Bubba back down the track into Bowman. A lot of B's involved. Buescher, Bowman, Byron, Bubba. Hurricane Hocevar is back. Wasn't really a bad move. It's just he lost the inside of the track. And these three cars were crowding pretty low. Like, that Eric Jones line is almost the outside groove line. You know, I think maybe Buescher's half a car too low. I think they're all half a car too low. You know, Eric Jones and Buescher. Like, Bubba's entering a more traditional line, really, into that corner. If you're going to run that outside middle. Running right on the door of the guy. Running the painted line. That's a dangerous game. Just going, you know, frame by frame. Hocevar gets low. But he overdrives the corner. Just misses the inside. Up the track. Into Buescher. Eric Jones, very lucky that Buescher held off and didn't, you know, left hook him. But then Buescher up the track. Byron got the rear end of Bubba, but he also gets into the wall a bit. Maybe not enough to actually impact that car. The car sucked anyway, so we're not losing much in terms of that 24 car. And then, you know, it doesn't look at this point that Bubba's going to go all the way down the track. But he does. Hangs a hard left, probably because you can't control the car at this point. Bowman probably thinks the inside's going to be clear. And almost has it cleared. Almost. This is by a millisecond. This gets hooked. And it obliterated the right rear tire. They're having to tow that thing back to the garage. Yeah. Disappointing. They got Hocevar. Now, Buescher's avoiding most of the damage. So, Buescher probably going to be able to continue. You know, right before this happened, I said Buescher might be the saving grace for RFK. And then this happened. Jones got so... No, oh, that's John Hunter Nemechek. He got so lucky there. That's the 42, right? That video is so low resolution, I can't really tell. Yeah, I think that's the John Hunter. He got so lucky. if this starts a little earlier, but really, if he's not there, Buescher probably goes up the track and doesn't even collect these guys. And at most, it's a single car incident. Bang. Disappointing. Disappointing. King is dead since 6-7 for 67 joules. Are you kidding me? 67 joules. Welcome back, Stacy. Gilliland coming back down. More repairs for him. Byron, are you I hate this Gen 7 car. Byron didn't hit the wall very hard. Didn't hit it very hard. Right rear toe link needs to be replaced. Are you kidding me? What is this garbage car? Byron's at risk of missing the chase. The 24 car might miss the chase. We're going to have to add a 17th car to the playoffs. I think Byron was 13th entering this race. Had a horrible day. This car is so tough. And yet super weak at the same time. That wouldn't have happened in the Gen 6 car. It wouldn't have happened in the O'Reilly car. But this Gen 7 car, little contact. Ooh, broken toe link. Broken toe link. That's in Chile for 6 joules. And press F for 10 joules. That's fitting for what just happened to Byron and Bowman. I thought Byron was going to continue. Toe link made out of chocolate. Honestly, yes. In the James Bond game, there's someone, maybe it's one of the henchmen, says like, that's like a teapot made out of chocolate. I thought that was a really funny saying. You know, heat would melt the chocolate. And this controller feels fantastic. I never use it. But it is nice. You know, usually when I'm playing on the PlayStation, I'm playing with my wheel, so I don't need to use this. It's a good feeling controller. We're slowly witnessing Hendrick and Spire flip places in the Chevy pipeline. No, don't say that. Don't say that. The GM facility's right across the street from the Hendrick Motorsports shop, or like right next to it. So if that happens, something really wrong has gone down. It's a Spire car that just set all that off. Mr. Hurricane Hocevar can't hold his line. I mean, that could have happened to anybody. It's not like it was a bad move, but still. King's Edson 100 for 2 joules. King's Edson GG Easy for 20 joules. Maybe save some joules for everyone else. So many joules sent. We appreciate it. YouTube's going to be really happy with you. The Hurricane has hit Nashville. Yeah, category. That was a category 3, I think. So many cars involved. He definitely cleared the way for a lot of the guys behind him. Took out a lot of good cars. Well, cars that should be good. Let me say that. Cars that should be good. Bowman, Byron, Bubba. And Buescher had to come down pit road. Yeah, Hocevar's path through this race just got a lot easier. A lot easier. All right, Denny back to the lead. The Chase didn't take out the field by running the inside line. So it isn't impossible. Oh my goodness. Well, John Hunter Nemechek ran out of luck. John Hunter and Todd Gilliland both around. Not sure what happened here. What is with Nashville and this Gen 7 car that just causes a wreckfest of a race? King is Dead said press F for 10 joules. Valid. Was that lap 214? Or, yeah. Somewhere around lap 214. Was this Hocevar again? Not really Hocevar's fault, but he was involved. Josh Barry, little contact. What happened to Gilliland? Hocevar was involved, but that was not his fault. That is hilarious, though. Yeah, sometimes I'm a bit late taking my notes, and so I don't know if the caution happened on the same lap or if the leaders had already taken the following lap. Man, Herbst maybe got into the back of Hocevar there, but Hocevar got into or almost got into the right rear of Stenhouse. That could have been a really big wreck. What happened to Gilliland? Did he just swerve to miss it and spun? Herbst did a great job of holding on to that thing. I think Gilliland just backed it down. Oh, the onboard for Hocevar. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for that one at all. Just watching the onboard, it looks a lot less like he was involved from his onboard. Apparently, Buescher was mad at Hocevar, pulled up alongside him under caution. Buescher said, another dive bomb, huh? Always a dive bomb. It's all he can do. Buescher was told all he knows, probably worked on iRacing or something. Didn't really look like a dive bomb, to be fair. I mean, that's a valid line to run. But he just didn't hold it like pretty much everyone else does lap after lap. SVG tried to do one just like 50 laps ago. That was a dive bomb, what SVG did, and it didn't work out, and it sent Gilliland up the track and set off what has really set off a lot of these cautions. You know, cautions breed cautions, and SVG was the kind of genesis of all of this. They're interviewing Bubba. Bubba's not happy. He's actually very sad. So I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss. I get the frustration. I get the frustration. Because Tyler Reddick has 5 wins this season, and he hasn't really done that much. And is rapidly sliding down the points. So there's definitely a lot of pressure there, but I mean, I don't know. You kind of got to take it on the chin a bit harder than that, you know. Kyle Busch, even in his RCR days, if he had a bad day, he would just give a snarky interview and move on. He wasn't getting out of the car like, well, my car sucks. My dog died. My wife left me. My elbow hurts when it rains. It's hard. No, he's just like, oh, it's, great day. Fantastic. Just running well out there. It's real snarky. But I understand the frustration. Because I feel like, especially after the start of the year that Reddick has, I mean, you expect all the Gibbs guys and all the 2311 guys to be competing for wins because the Toyotas have such an advantage right now, or they have most of the season. Maybe that gap is shrinking as of the last few weeks, but they still look good. Gilliland got turned by Cody Ware, you believe? Maybe Gregson. It was a dark blue car. Yeah, I mean, it was so far back. So maybe Gilliland was checking up and got ran over. I don't know if they showed a replay of Gilliland or if they even captured one, but I didn't see it. So we have a replay of the incident, not of what happened to Gilliland. So, I mean, Hocevar is involved here, but this didn't look egregious. And once you watch his onboard, it's like, oh, yeah, Hocevar is not to blame here. John Hunter backs out of it right before this. You see the little blip, the fire out of the exhaust. And it's gas burning off. Bam. That's when he backs out of it. Hocevar is getting back into the gas here to make the exit. And just runs over him. There's not much he could do there. And it's not just that the 42 backed out of the throttle. It's that he's running like really close to Hocevar. He could give him another half a foot and they both make it. But especially because of the line John Hunter was rolling and the closing rate, they come together. But look at this. Hocevar has to, try to escape making contact here and almost clears out Stenhouse. That would have been a crazy hit for Stenhouse head on into the wall. So they do a good job of not really going around. And then, Josh Berry gets into the back of the 42, but John Hunter Nemechek is into the side of Herbst. And, I mean, if that happens a foot lower or a foot further back, then he gets right hooked into the wall as well. Extremely close. And then further back, Gilliland was also going around. It's on board with John Hunter. It doesn't look like anything crazy happened from his point of view. All right. Coming back to the green flag. Finally back racing. Let's see if we can stay green more than 2 laps. Reddick tried to rip the high side. That didn't work. But Chase Elliott made the middle work really well on the restart. McDowell tried to dive it in low. Not really going to be able to make it stick. That's going to hold up Larson. But by virtue of backing up the corner, Larson may get a better exit than he would have. Silver linings. Chase Elliott running right up on the back of these two Toyotas. So Larson and Elliott running well here, 4th and 5th at the moment. This is where they should be running week in and week out. It's insane the fall off HMS has had this year, even with Elliott's 2 wins. Yeah, Bubba's had a tough year. It's not just tough because of what's happened to him. It's also tough because of how successful his teammate has been. And I know Herbst is feeling the same pressure. I've heard interviews with him where he's like, you know, we should be running better. Like, we know we should be running better, but we're not. So there's a lot of pressure on the other 2311 guys. It's kind of like when Jimmy was winning every other week at Hendrick and the other guys weren't, or not as much. There's a lot of pressure there when your teammate wins 7 championships, and in that same time span, you've only finished in the top 5 in points once or twice. You know, it's tough. Dale Jr., the king of overreacting to near misses. These two Toyotas side by side, that's really going to dirty up the air for Chase behind them. They may be slowing each other down, but they're completely blocking off 2 lanes from having clean air. Now Reddick may be trying to challenge Larson for 5th. Rough day for RFK. Disappointing. If Denny doesn't jump the restart, Denny might have led 250 laps this race. There's been a lot of cautions. How much fuel does the 22 have? I don't know about the 22 specifically. Most of them are chasing it up the track there. So Briscoe to 2nd place. Let's see if Elliott has anything for these guys. Laps are winding down. 66 off track. So Bubba and Josh ruling themselves out for the rest of the race. Byron still just in the garage, not ruled out yet. If you can go back out and at least pick up 2 spots, that's 2 extra points. And Byron's almost on the, you know, he's, especially after today's race, might be really close to the cut line. And SVG's had a great day, so it looks like he may stay in, you know, 14th, if not improve and get by Byron in the points. What time is it? 10:42. I need, I should eat something, but it's late. So I shouldn't. I did have a couple scoops of peanut butter before we went green, and it was awesome. And by scoops, I mean like it was a ball of peanut butter the size of a tangerine. Probably bigger than a tangerine, actually. Big glob, big glob. So Toyotas 1, 2, 3. We have a couple Hendrick Chevys, 4th and 5th. 2311 Toyota. Look at that. The first Ford on track is Zane Smith. 12th. And Ryan Blaney back in 15th. Just not a great day. Not a great year for Ford. Hamlin with our Xfinity fastest lap at a 29.7. Briscoe's closing in, but Bell is staying with him. Bell may have the best car out here. Because Briscoe's dealing with a little dirty air. Bell's dealing with a bit more. But Bell's closing in. Cracker Barrel 400. Final pit window now open. How about that? Strategy's been really important today in terms of cheating your way, into better track position. Who is willing to gamble here? Because a gamble at this track, it could pay off. It could pay off. Oh, virus. Brake bias. She said virus. That would be Byron's name if he was Roman. Willius Virus. Almost midnight Eastern. There's still over 50 laps left. Yep. And then Prime's probably going to do another hour of post-race, which I'm glad Prime does that much post-race, but also I'm missing an hour of post-race as well that I could be watching. And then people that could be watching my post-race are watching the official post-race, which is a lot better, but still, they're robbing me. I'm just glad someone's doing it, an honest hour and a half of post-race. At least that's what they gave last week. Since this is a later race, I don't know how willing they're going to be to hang around for an hour and a half. Yeah, I was about to mention Briscoe complaining about the brake issues, but then I think that was Kim Kuhn. He said brake virus, and that threw me off completely. I would be okay with Briscoe or Bell winning, but again, it would be another Toyota. Then I'm not huge on that. I want to see somebody gamble. Some guy who's run 20th all day, just put it on the line and see what happens. It would be interesting for our first Toyota to have issues. Briscoe up the track is going to get back in the gas really early there. Great run down the backstretch. So Briscoe looks like he's backing out of it a bit early. Yeah. Briscoe's trying to back it up, but he's getting a better run off. It's kind of what we were doing in NASCAR 25. When you back out of the corner early, it feels like you're leaving speed on the table, but the car sets quicker. You're able to get back into the gas a lot sooner. And, you know, it's better to have run down the straightaway than into the corner. Longer straightaway. All right, Chase Elliott also closing in with this battle. What if Hamlin's holding them all up? You know, if Briscoe or even Bell gets by, they could run off with this, but as of right now, Elliott's closing in. It's almost under a second. Larson's about 2.5 back right now. Point standings as they run. Reddick with a 97-point advantage over Hamlin. Byron's 11th in points. I thought he was 13th. So was that SVG that was 13th? I don't know. We looked at the points right before the race, and now I don't know who is who. We've had so many cars crash out of the race. Brad. Bubba. You know, guys that were up there in points. So Bell's gotten by Briscoe. Briscoe now back into third. We'll see if he can mount a charge. And if Bell can get by Hamlin, can Briscoe follow him through? Needs to somehow try to stay close enough, even with all this dirty air. It's going to get tight with Chad Fincham. Bell has the advantage. Bell led that last lap. And Bell to the lead. If that was Denny Hamlin, he would have drove across the nose of the 20 in a heartbeat. Send him up the track. All right. Is Elliott able to close here? Or is Bell going to start to develop a bit of a gap back to second? Briscoe's car looks like he used up his stuff there trying to get by Denny. So he may not pressure Denny soon, and Denny may hold up both of them. So Bell, he's going to have a bit of an advantage here. What Chase could do is Chase could pit early. I'm not sure, you know, when you pit here, but the window is open. So Chase could short pit and jump all three Toyotas. It's a bit of a risk. Yeah, Bell's already stretching that lead back out. Chase is only half a second back from Briscoe, but the gap to the leader is growing. I wish the whole race was like this and we didn't have that wreck fest of a stage 2 and beginning of stage 3. Sitting at 69 caution laps. Zane Smith, that left rear is missing the lettering. So Zane is gambling. We do have somebody further back gambling. Please. Please let Zane Smith win this one. That would be awesome if Zane Smith won this race. That would be awesome. Blaney's out of the gas pretty heavily in the corner. So this sounds like he is somewhat saving. out of the gas early, staying out, back in pretty late. Even better if SVG won. That would be insane, but that's not going to happen. I don't see it happening. Byron is back out on track, 34 laps down, but he did get by Barry and Wallace. So Byron could just park the car, but they may try to pick off one more. But they'll need someone to wreck out of the race here very soon. Maybe they can use the rest of this race to somewhat experiment. Chase Elliott's now almost a full second behind Briscoe. Yeah, so Chase was only catching up because Hamlin was stacking up the front of the pack. That's what I figured. The pit window should, I mean, we should see guys start coming out down here really soon. To flip this. Oh, Byron's coming off the pit road. I wonder what he was down for. There we go. I said it would happen soon, and Hamlin's down. I called it. Called it spot on. I was looking at my crystal ball, and I said, Hamlin's coming down. So I like that call for Hamlin. I hate that it was Hamlin that made the call. But he needed something to stop the bleeding and to make up some time on Bell. And this is going to force Bell's hand to potentially come back in here in just a moment. And what driver is going to run long here? There's usually at least one that runs as long as they can, hoping for a caution. Briscoe coming down. Bell still out. Let's see if that forces Bell's hand. Bell coming down pit road this time by. So only a 1-lap advantage for Briscoe. About a 2-lap or to 3-lap advantage for Hamlin. Briscoe's got to push it here to get off. All right, Hamlin not able to leapfrog Briscoe. So Larson and Elliott both pit. Welcome in, Denny Hamlin fan. Hope you've been enjoying this race so far. $37 to go. What gap are we looking at here from Zane Smith back? So 6 seconds. Yeah, 6 seconds back from the leader. Bell is 23 seconds back from him. So he would have to close at a rate of about a second a lap to get there comfortably. He could go as far as like maybe 6/10, 7/10 and still make it per lap. This rate, Bell might be able to close. What times are they running? Let's see. 30.8 compared to 30 flat. That's 8/10. So that's enough time. If they can continue running with that much of a speed advantage. We also have to watch out for another caution. That could upset all of this. Ty Gibbs down pit road, making what should be his final stop of the day. You have, that's good. That's good. It has been a very interesting race in terms of strategy. Guys on 2 tires at certain points, some guys on 4 tires, some guys staying out. It's definitely been a strategy kind of day. And now we have to wait to find out which one's going to win. If a caution falls, Zane Smith and Ryan Blaney are in massive trouble. So Zane Smith 31 flat. Still 8/10 is the gap. Bell has enough time to get there. He has more than enough time to get there. Yeah, Hamlin was my first instinct to like who to pick this weekend. But I heard some people say Blaney had a shot. Blaney hasn't really had the pace today since that first stage. And Larson has an average finish for like 5.3 or something. And he did have the pace to run around 5th. but not quite the race winning pace at this point in the race. The Toyotas, they started strong and then they dropped off a little bit due to various reasons. And then about halfway on, they really came back on very strong. All right, this is one of our longest runs of the day. Could we see another rotor failure? $30.2 compared to a 31.1. Down to 16 seconds, 28 laps to go. Blaney's coming down. Right sides only. All right, Blaney on pit road. Bell's cut that gap so much already. It's over. It is over. Now, only thing that could really change this is a caution coming out here. If Zane pushes it really hard when Bell gets there, Zane might crash. It'd be good if he could just stay in the top 5 for the finish of this race. First is definitely going to have a career best day. We'll see. We will see. You're exact. That would be a Cody Ware thing to do. Is this late in the run? No one around him. Just a low speed spin. Doesn't get it refired, so the caution comes out. Bell up to third. It's under 10 seconds. He's gaining over a second a lap now. The rate of closure has accelerated. It's kind of weird. Fuel mileage at super speedways sucks, but when it happens at tracks like this, it actually makes for interesting finishes. Yeah, I mean, a fuel race at the end on, you know, a traditional track is actually interesting. But when they're all doing it together, yeah, that sucks. Okay, Cody Ware's about to throw the fun flag. William Byron's out there with damaged equipment. Nobody would look twice if he just smacked the outside wall. Oh, no, he's out. They called it finally. He said, we got all the positions we're going to get. No one else crashed out, and they parked it. Respectable. Respectable. Top 30, baby. Top 30. Killing it. Just killing it. SVG has run top 10 most of the day. I know he's not a rookie, but like, he hasn't been doing this very long on ovals. This is impressive, especially with how his teammates finished. Not great. Not great. Whatever setup the 97 is running with, that's what the one on the 88 need to use. Was it the left rear? Because the left rear in the 38 looked pretty weak. And the lettering was gone. I would be very okay if Briscoe won this race. Which Bell is he's a nice enough guy. I don't dislike Bell. At least it's not another Denny win as of now. Doubt it. Running side by side, Briscoe and Bell will run faster lap times than the 38. Easily. There's no way Zane Smith holds on to this lead. Herb's getting back out on track here. Even on fresh tires. Not able to get up to speed to stay with Bell, and that might hurt Briscoe. How far back did Herbst fall with that whole charade? This hasn't updated yet. 35 penalty. Yeah, about that career best day for Riley Herbst. About that. Yeah, Zane Smith right now, he doesn't need a dark horse. He needs an eco boost. That's right. Yeah. Only one car between Zane Smith and Christopher Bell. And that's Joey Logano. Joey, that's a Ford teammate, buddy. You gotta help him. If he could just run side by side with Zane Smith, it won't help Zane Smith, but it would help Briscoe. So Briscoe now has 3 cars in between him and Bell. 17 riding the wall. That's going to bring out the caution. Briscoe is going to get one more shot at this. How about that? How about that? How about that? Another rotor failure. Horrible day for RFK. I mean, this is an all-time bad day. Yeah, it looked like Brad Keselowski. It looked like him because of the Castrol paint scheme. Oh yeah, a lot of teams are doing that now where multiple drivers will share a sponsor because it's a team sponsor, not a car sponsor. It looks like they were running over debris. Did someone maybe drop something before that? was weird. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, Hamlin's right back in it. He definitely didn't have as good of a car as Briscoe and Bell, but on a restart, I wouldn't bet against him. Zane's going to have an advantage over the guys in the back, but the guys further forward, he may only gain half a second on him. He has looked really good today. Like, there were times where Zane Smith was like, you know, definitely had top 10 pace. He just didn't have the track position. Biffler hopes Zane, yeah, Zane, he's probably not getting this. I was rooting for Zane Smith, but Bell closed in way too fast. He said, went to sleep before it started, just woke up to watch the end. After this, going back to bed. That's a good plan. Good plan. It's been a very chaotic race in terms of all the cautions, random rotor failures, no tire failures. So that's something. And then a couple pushes that went wrong. Well, Briscoe's been complaining about brake issues. So he might be good enough to run. But wouldn't that be wild? We restart and Briscoe in a lap or two, that rotor gives. And then suddenly it's between Bell and Hamlin. If Hamlin survives it, wrong thing happens and Briscoe could take them all out. SVG still top 10. Ty Gibbs crawling back into the top 10. Reddick up there. Jones top 10 at the moment. With Zane Smith pitting, that'll also put Blaney in the top 10 unless Blaney comes down for fresh tires. We'll see. I think a lot of these guys further towards the front probably going to stay out. What happened to the lettering on Zane Smith's left rear? It's been that way for this whole run, so I don't know what happened. Oh, yeah. He does have something hanging off of that right front. Maybe it's tape. Now we're down to 8 to go. Briscoe's chances of making it to the end are going up the more laps we run. Under caution. These rotors, they come apart. They just fragment debris everywhere. And so race control has to hunt down every little piece of that rotor because just one tiny piece can cut down a tire. They've done a good job on a few of these to actually get it cleaned up relatively quickly, but we've run 73, as of now, 73 laps under caution. It's a 300-lap race. That's 1/3 of the race under caution almost. Best case, I disagree. That's the best case. So you're okay with an SVG win? I mean, that would be wild. That would be wild. I wouldn't be against that. But I'm not rooting for the Toyotas, really. I would be more okay with a Briscoe win. Yeah, I don't really care. You know, I don't hate Bell at all. I think he's a nice guy. Good driver in this car and in the dirt car. So I don't dislike him, but he's in a Toyota, so I don't root for him. Chase, Kyle, he needs to win eventually. Gibbs and Reddick, they're fine. Eric Jones is the first guy I would be super excited to see win this. Zane Smith taking 2, Reddick taking 2, Blaney taking 4, McDowell 4, Hocevar 4, Stenhouse taking 4. We'll see what this does to the leaderboard. Yeah, Zane had to pit for tires. He would have gotten eaten up by Denny, Chase, Kyle. I mean, really anybody behind him in the top 10. And possibly crashed. Sometimes that speed differential, you get run over and it just stacks up the entire field. All right, I need to add that to my notes, what just happened. I already have it, actually. Okay. And talk about the timing of that Busher rotor. If that had happened a few laps sooner, he possibly takes out Bell. Possibly. And a little later, maybe takes out Briscoe. So first car on fresh tires with 4 is Blaney in 11th. If this is another 8 overtime restart race, like we had a couple years ago, then perhaps Blaney gets the win. But if we run green at all, then there's no chance. Bell has the freshest tires up there. Elliott 4th, 1 lap fresher. Jones 10 lap fresher tires in 8th. I would like an Eric Jones win. That's a Toyota I'd be very okay with winning because I like Eric Jones. I hate to say that, but I'm okay with that Toyota winning. I think Bell has the best car out there right now. So, I mean, unless Briscoe just got an insane restart, or Hamlin could put Bell in a bad place. Could potentially take it 3 wide. We know how good he is at aero blocking. So if Hamlin got the lead, you know, that's over. But these 3 Toyotas, I mean, I just think they're in their own tier today. It would take something special happening for one of these other guys to go up there and win this. But this late in the race, with how wide this track is run, there's a chance we get a couple overtime restarts here. No, we're not going to include Eric, A-R-I-C. He runs me really dirty in NASCAR 25, so I don't want to see any of Almirola. No, no, sir. Almirola at Stewart Haas, Golden Retriever. Almirola back at Gibbs, Satan. All right, green flag. Back to it. Bell clear. We're 4 wide further back. 5 wide. I think that's Larson. Slow. Going to lose several spots. Hamlin pressuring Bell. Hamlin with the inside line on the preferred groove. SVG is pressuring Chase Elliott for 4th. Side by side, 3 Gibbs cars under a blanket. Hamlin with that preferred groove. He can run Bell up the track all he wants. Are you going to take this, Bell? Hamlin has a win this year. You do not. Bell, big advantage here on corner exit. Can Hamlin get there to side draft? He will. Bell not clear. Potentially more contact there. At what point do you just right hook Denny for running you like this? We're teammates, buddy. I don't have a win. You have a win. I have the better car. Way up the racetrack. These two are together again. With 1 lap to go, we're about to go 3 wide at the front of the pack. Briscoe on the high side. Bell fires it in deep up the track. That's going to open up the door for Hamlin. Bell's going to have to drive it in deep if he wants this. And Hamlin is the king of aero blocking. Hamlin won it. Hamlin won it. I shouldn't be upset. I shouldn't be upset. I predicted Denny Hamlin would win. That was my pick. Oh, big crash coming to the line. Whoa. Reddick hard hit. What happened? Reddick is obliterated and the race is over. I predicted Denny would win. That was my pick for today. I was asked multiple times. I just felt like Denny had it covered. I also caveat that with any of the Toyotas could win. And you have Gibbs, and then 123.11 guy up there. Yeah, all that for a Hamlin win. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. But he earned it. He earned it through a mix of different strategies and overcoming penalties and just having a great run on that last restart, getting the inside. The inside is the preferred groove at this track. When you run side by side with someone, even if they're faster, you can run them up the track as far as you want. And Denny used up Bell extremely hard. Ran him pretty clean, but he did run him up the track multiple times, made contact multiple times. If I'm Bell, I'm waiting until Denny gets out of his car, and I'm coming around the track at 200 and just Pearl Harboring his car, not him. It's just his car. Just gonna kamikaze that thing. But, wow. Hamlin does it again. That's gonna close up the points gap between Reddick and Hamlin quite a bit. Let's see if I have a replay of that last lap crash. Not yet. Not yet. We'll leave that there. I have my stage 1 stuff pulled up. Yeah, I mean, thankfully the rain held off and we got this race in. Oh, as far as being really aggressive, so I'd be surprised if Reddick got Hosevard. Honestly, yeah. Honestly. Now we can all go to bed. That is not true, King Mako. I have my post-race show after this. So we're actually going to end this broadcast. We're going to go ahead and get the post-race going since, it is late. We'll try to wrap it up as soon as we can, but sometimes I just get talking and it goes on forever. So we'll wrap things up here, and hopefully I'll see some of you guys over in the post-race. If you can't make it for the post-race, if you can just drop a like, leave a chat, that would help as well. So see you guys over there.